Wasted World of Sports, ahoy! Welcome to, I guess, what would we call this? The Sunday Ticket, I think they call it on Fox Sports. The Sunday double headers or triple headers. Sunday sesh. The Sunday session. Welcome along. Nice to see you there. UFC, OnlyFams and James in bright and early. Getting them same game multi sorted for the day ahead. No more for me, no more for me. I give up. My team let me down. But we said that was going to happen, didn't we? The horror show was written. The script was written perfectly set up for my teams to let me down. Two teams, Sharks, Queensland Reds, both let me down. And since we're talking about rivalries, we might have a new rivalry. Me against my own teams moving forward. Coming up, 3:05 p.m, Parramatta versus Manly, followed by Newcastle against a severely depleted Melbourne Storm team. But I've still got Melbourne winning that one personally. Before all that, though, he's with us again, the old Panther and Generations. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Let's jump straight into Ivan Storm. Ahoy there, mate. Let's just jump straight into our new segment for this season, the Eyes of the Panther. Big win against the, fair to say, depleted Broncos team on Thursday night.
Well, yeah. I don't know. I don't think they would put too much into that game in terms of, positive feelings about beating Brisbane in the future. These players prefer to play against the strongest side. I think they would have preferred it had Walsh and Reynolds both been there and fit to see where they were, relatively speaking.
They might have got 50 if Reynolds was playing the way he's been going the first few rounds. Well, first couple of rounds. How are you doing, Ivan Storm? Yeah, I mean, it's only round 3 as well, so you can't read too much into anything. I think the Panthers had already dropped 2 games this time last season, had they not?
Yeah, they first 8 they were 4-4. Yeah.
Yep. So we can't read too much into it. Either way, positive or negative, but you've just got to take the moment, I suppose, live in the moment, and at that moment, it was a very good performance.
Well, Cleary stood out again, didn't he?
A masterclass. Yeah, rugby league, sometimes, I say it can be such a simple game. And Nathan Cleary made it look quite simple the other night. It was just the basics, holding the passes up perfectly. It's a fine line. You're either made to look like a superstar by doing everything that millisecond, millimeter correct, or you end up looking foolish like the Sharks the other night. But we won't get into that. Nice to hear, Ivan. Doing good. Just coming in because of the notification. Well, it's nice to know that YouTube is actually notifying people. That's always good because went through a period of time there with my other channel, my gaming channel, where notifications weren't going out at all. So that's good to know that notifications are being sent out. Welcome along, Ivan. Cheers. So today we're going to be talking about rivalries. Rivalries throughout the history of rugby league. Maybe even sports in general. Should it pop up in the chat room. But definitely, as this channel has a primary focus on rugby league, we'll be sticking true to that. And one of the first rivalries, I suppose, we start at the beginning. It makes sense. Every good story has a beginning, a middle, and the end, and probably makes sense to start at the beginning.
Will I start?
You can, yes.
Okay, the rugby league in Australia essentially started in 1908 in the New South Wales Rugby League, and I would have to read this bit. So
okay.
I'll look away. Read this. The foundation teams, the very first teams in the competition, were the old Balmain Tigers. There was Cumberland, which basically would be Parramatta today. Easts, which are Sydney City Roosters. Glebe, one of the inner suburbs of Sydney. Newcastle were a foundation team. Newtown, the old Blue Bags. And then North...
I'm sorry, what?
Blue Bags.
Ah,
they were called the Blue Bags. Later they became the Jets.
Now, when insulting Newcastle, did they used to get called other things?
Oh.
Such as the Newcastle, do you say, or Newtown?
Newtown Blue Bags.
Yeah. Did the Newtown Blue Bags used to get insulted and be called the Newtown Blue Balls?
Okay. Well, you could be proud of that, couldn't you?
No. Why would you be proud of that?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose it shows you've got them.
Okay, fair enough. I see. Putting a positive spin on everything.
Yeah, there you
Ahoy there, DJ Shaq. Anyway, sorry to interrupt with...
Yeah. Well, the last three were Norths, Souths and Wests. Yeah. So now, Souths won the first two competitions, 1908 and 1909, but here's where I think is the very first big rivalry in rugby league, and that's Souths and Balmain. They made the final in 1909. But I suppose because things were only just starting in the rugby league, the final actually clashed with an exhibition game between rugby league and rugby union. And the final was meant to be played as a preliminary game before that exhibition game. Now, they weren't too pleased about this, both clubs, and so they came to a gentleman's agreement that instead of playing before the exhibition game, and I'm assuming that they would have had a few of their own players in that exhibition game, since it was representative of rugby league. I'm only assuming that because I don't really know. But they decided that instead of playing as a preliminary game before the exhibition game, they would play the final the following week. And that was what they agreed on. However, on the day of the exhibition game, South Sydney turned up without Balmain knowing. And South Sydney were the only ones there, and so therefore they were given the premiership by forfeit. So you can imagine there would be some rivalry between Balmain and Souths.
Yeah, and just like that was the time back then too. Like that wouldn't happen anymore because if somebody didn't show up at the stadium, like I made the joke, and I don't want to get off on a tangent, but you know it's going to happen. But I made a joke that the Broncos Panthers grand final, the one just gone. I made this joke that wouldn't it be funny? The Broncos are so used to playing at Suncorp because of my whole thing about the Broncos get all their games at Suncorp. I said, wouldn't it be funny if they showed up at Suncorp, didn't even turn up at the stadium? But the thing is, what happened in that Balmain Souths back in time couldn't happen anymore because you would just pick up the phone and call their agent, their tour manager, whatever the staff position may be. Hey, where are you lads?
Yeah.
I mean, it might still be too late to get there, but
well, they didn't have mobiles back then, did they?
Well, yeah, well, that's right. Very different time. How are you there, Blake? Ahoy, and Melly Midler. Dean Love Stuff. Ahoy. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I've interrupted again.
No, that was it. That was it for that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep. And so, how long did that sort of? They're obviously over it now. I'm assuming they don't. It's not like the New Zealand cricket with the Australian underarm where it still gets brought up. I think it's over now. The Balmain Tigers or the West Tigers aren't still going on about. You told us.
That's right. But I think it did carry on because Balmain and Souths met in the 1969 grand final, and Souths had already won 2. They were looking for 3 in a row, and the big controversy in that grand final because Souths was such a fantastic attacking team that Balmain figured out that if they could slow the play down, then they had a chance of winning. and apparently that's what they did. And they apparently feigned injury quite a bit so that the play would stop and they could reset, and they ended up causing one of the biggest upset in rugby league and won that premiership, 69. Then South went on and won the next two. So, yes, it was a big upset. Maybe they got their own back then.
Yeah, I was going to say tactics that still apply to this day. Feigning injury and slowing the play, the balls down. It exists still.
Somebody keeps asking questions about your parentage.
Yeah. Yes, this is my dad, the old panther. Yeah. Two people. I mean,
Ivan and Dean.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm sort of the half cause of it.
Yeah, you're partly responsible for this.
Yep. Well, the latest rivalry, of course, is Brisbane and Penrith, which exploded again on Thursday night. Yep.
Yeah.
Literally exploded in somebody's face. Yeah.
Yeah. I wish I had that photo up now.
I see Taylor May has signed a contract extension.
Yes.
Yeah. And
yes, that's a good pickup.
The reason he signed is because he reckons his head's in the right place now.
Ahoy there, UFC. How are you, mate? Yeah, I don't know if it's so much a rivalry with Penrith per se, but more Brisbane just have it's Kevy Walters versus the world. Sometimes it feels like. I think he's going down the Ricky Stewart. Sorry for my... Why are you apologising for the question? It's a totally fair question. No need to apologise.
He obviously thinks we both look pretty good, so yeah. Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I mean, is he suggesting I look old or you look young or both? Yeah, going down the Ricky Stewart path these days. Kevy.
Are you saying Kevy's like Ricky Stewart?
Yes.
Whinging?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, constantly.
Yeah.
Constantly.
Yeah.
Well, you brought it up. I don't know if it's on your sheet there to bring up yourself, but we were talking about it just before, how he had no problem with it immediately following the game. Oh, just one of those things that happens. He said it in the press conference. Didn't seem to be too much in it. It happens. And now he's learnt the fate of his little superstar, and suddenly it's a big deal. It's the end of the world. If this was us, now one of our blokes would be sitting out for half the season.
Which didn't happen last year in the grand final after the hip drop.
No, of course not.
Payne Haas on Cleary. So, yeah, these things happen, don't they? And, yeah, I don't know. I suppose if you equate rivalry with hatred, then Brisbane and Penrith, there's a certain amount of angst there. But as you learnt in the last stream, I hate everybody that's playing against Penrith. So,
and that's fair. Remember those old T-shirts and flags and stuff that you could get, where it was like, my team is such and such.
Yep.
And everybody who plays, insert team name here. My one was the All Blacks. I go for the All Blacks, and everyone play in Australia, for example. So, yeah, there's always the team you love, the team you hate. I tried to find that footage, actually, of the fight in the crowd.
Okay.
For the Roosters Rabbitohs match, but yeah, I couldn't find it.
Another great rivalry. And that stems back to the fact that they were both foundation clubs. They used to be Eastern Suburbs Roosters and South Sydney Rabbitohs, yeah. Now that rivalry continues.
Absolutely, it does. There was a lot of feeling in that game on whenever it was on.
A lot of feeling in the stands too.
Apparently, yeah. I really wish I could see that. I'll try and find it again, but maybe I just searched for the wrong thing. But no, I couldn't come up with it. Unfortunately, I love seeing a good punch on in the stands. It's been quite a few that I've been to, games that I've been to. There was a blow up in a State of Origin once. There was a blow up in the. I went to one of the Kiwis Australia tests. There was a bit of a blow up in the stands there. But it's funny because it's usually, in most cases, both of those games that I went to. So Australia were belting the ever-living bollocks off of New Zealand that day. And it was this big Kiwi lad that started the fight. And the State of Origin, Queensland were up about 30 points to 6 or something. And it was a couple of... Well, I don't know who started it, but the first punch was thrown by the New South Wales boys. But I can imagine that many people in the crowd. I mean, we do it here in the chat room, and myself love to get into a bit of banter. But if that banter is in an environment that's not, I suppose you don't know necessarily what other people's limits are. That's how you get a punch on in the grandstand. Ahoy there, James. Welcome along, mate.
We have a question about the blue bags.
Oh, we do? Where's that?
From Ivan.
Ivan. What's the town called? Damn blue bag. No, Newtown.
Newtown, yeah.
I thought they were... I thought they were the Jets.
Well, they were. They changed to the Jets
probably
later.
To avoid getting called the Blue Bags.
Yeah, but they were. They used to be the Blue Bags, and when Tommy Raudonikis captained them, they were the Jets, and they were just a plain, a straight blue jumper, and I think they added a couple of stripes there later on when they were allowed to. But
yeah,
back in the old days, they weren't allowed to have similar colours. But now, half the time you don't know which team's coming out and what, do you?
Yeah.
That's changed as well.
Was it the white rings? The white hoops?
Yeah.
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 On the sleeves? Or on the jersey? Yeah.
Yeah, on the sleeves.
Yeah, I kind of remember that. I mean, not personally, but I remember seeing that.
Yes.
Yeah. Don't think you'll run above me and the tipping comp will last for long. Hope you have tipped against me. Yeah, UFC and I have got this friendly bet going on. I had made a... well, when I do my prediction videos, I make a bold prediction. Because they get pretty boring if it's just like Panthers first, Roosters second, Dragons or Tigers for the spoon. Like, how boring is that? Because those are the obvious choices. So I always like to make a bold prediction. My bold prediction for the 8 was that the Dolphins will go on a run. I know that you won't like to hear that. The Dolphins will go on a run, and they'll, assuming they stay fit, they'll make a big push for the finals this year. And the other one was the Raiders are the smoky for the wooden spoon. Yeah.
The Titans would have to put their hand up for that now, wouldn't they? They've lost their captain.
The Titans have well and truly put their hands up for that now. Tino confirmed ruptured ACL, and that is pretty much bye-bye, isn't it? That sort of injury. I mean, I'm no expert. I'm no physio.
Well, there has been a headline already that he's out for the season. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a big loss to an already struggling team.
They're after your tips for tonight already.
Yeah, that's all right. We'll get into those. We'll get into those. Don't you worry.
Yep.
So we
didn't get very far past the Brisbane and Penrith one. You
we were still in
with me about rivalry.
Oh yeah, because it's everybody hates the Broncos, and the Broncos feel like everybody hates them because it's true, I suppose.
Well, I suppose there's going to be a certain amount of rivalry between the Broncos and the Dolphins, isn't there?
Oh, God.
Over the years.
Well, I'm sure it will develop, but what really irritates me is the fact that they're talking about it now. Like, I remember having this huge blow up with Michelle on the Dolphins
Not
Broncos
Michelle.
stream. No. Imagine having an argument with Michelle. How could that ever happen? And, because she made that exact statement, Broncos, Dolphins, the rivalry. And I said, oh, what, the rivalry that's like 10 minutes long because the game had been going for about 10 minutes so far. Oh, yeah, that big 10-minute long rivalry that they've had.
Yeah.
But it was getting played up in the media and the commentators on the game and everything. And I just think, this is literally the first time they're playing each other. How can they have a rivalry? This is their first game.
Well, I can tell you.
Okay, I'd love to hear it.
Well, because Brisbane had to use the visitors' dressing room there at Suncorp Stadium.
But they were the away team for that game, so...
Yeah, so they had to use the visitors' dressing room.
So that makes sense. Is that
that's got to create rivalry straight away, isn't it?
Is that what they were getting all huffy about? Suncorp is our home. But yeah, if they're sharing a stadium and they're the away team for that day, then of course I wouldn't even let them in the visitors' changing room. I'd say there's a shed set up out the back, one of those portable things out the back. You can go and use that one.
That's almost what Logan City used to do.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, the local clubs, the home changing sheds were almost like that too.
Brisbane North, the visiting team had to use the gym. They didn't even get a dressing room, a proper one.
I wonder what the dressing rooms are like because we go to the baseball every now and then, and they don't even have changing rooms at the stadium. They've got to use the soccer club across from the home run fence. Yeah. I wonder what it's like in there.
I'd say it's just a concrete room.
Yeah, like the old Logan City, the old Logan sheds. Anyway, sidetracked again. Got you off the this Brisbane Penrith
head clash. Or?
Well, yeah. I mean, we can talk about head clashes, I suppose.
I think I know I've said this to you. I don't know if I've said it on streams, but. Love him or hate him, Gus Gould makes a lot of sense, and he spoke out about this head clash, how it was one of those things that happens in the game, and not a deliberate thing. And if anybody should know about deliberate versus accidental, it'd be Phil Gould, because back in something like 79, have I got that there? Yeah, 79. He almost lost his eyesight through an eye gouge, and so I think he's in a place where he can actually comment, about things that happen in rugby league, and I know he, to this day, he still reckons that eye gouges are the lowest act in the game. So for him to say there was an accidental head clash, that carries a lot of weight in my mind.
Yeah, very smart man, Gus.
Well, there you go. Somebody's brought up Nate Miles.
Nate Miles, yeah.
UFC's brought up Nate Miles, yeah. He had a habit of being knocked around, didn't he?
Yep, and so, yeah, Gus, very, very smart. I love listening to the Six Tackles with Gus podcast for the most part. I think he needs a new co-host, just quietly, but I don't want to start wars with people, but yeah, a new co-host that doesn't laugh over the top. Okay, I get it. He's telling a funny story, but don't have to shout and laugh over the top of him. Mel, ahoy there. How are you doing? Should be a decent game, this one. Mel, Warriors supporter, will be very happy with the results over the weekend. They only played one game. Look at you, UFC's trying to get me into saying controversial statements about other shows. I'm not falling for it. All right, so Gus, very knowledgeable, very good authority on all things rugby league. Very outspoken on all things rugby league as well. Gus? Is that the end of Brisbane Penrith?
I think so.
Yeah.
That part, yeah.
Okay. Cowboys Sharks. You reckon they've got a certain rivalry?
Well, apparently they come up. If you do a search, they come up in the rivalries.
Yep.
Yeah. But just before you get into talking about that particular incident there, I was quite surprised at the number of times in games where missed tackle counts, not missed tackles, but miscounting the tackles, has ended up with the team scoring on the 7th tackle. Apparently, it's a fairly common occurrence.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say that's what's led to this one that we're about to talk about.
Yeah, and I remember this one. I was living 2013. I believe I was out at Kelvin Grove at the time because I wasn't following the NRL during that period. I was still 2013. I was still a couple of years off because I got back into it 2016. I wonder why. And I remember my housemate at the time, big Cowboys supporter, big Queensland supporter. He had the game on. I thought, I've got nothing else to do. Cowboys Sharks. I'll pop out. I'll watch it with him. And I distinctly remember that happening. Now, I wasn't paying attention to the level that I pay attention to the games now. And he brought it up straight away. He's like, hang on. That's supposed to be handover. Oh, I wasn't paying attention, sorry. That's supposed to be a handover. Oh, he was furious. But yeah, so I remember that. And of course, the Sharks went on to win that game. Jonathan Thurston was still playing in 2013. I remember him throwing his toys out of the cot like he often does. Yeah. Conspiracies. Speaking of conspiracy theories, Jonathan Thurston was a big conspiracy theorist. Mate, they're all against us, mate. This is the second or third time this has happened to us. Yeah. Good one, JT.
And talking about the 7th tackle tries, that also contributed to one of the big rivalries back in the 70s and 80s between Manly and Parramatta. There was a referee, a particular referee, kicking around at that time called Greg Hartley, and everybody reckoned he loved Manly. And apparently in one of the main games, I just forget what year it was, but Manly were given 7 tackles on a few times during the game, and Parramatta were given only 5.
Oh,
so
wow.
I suppose it averaged out.
Yeah. Jeez, I mean, how do they get away with that?
Yeah, and well, that again, you get back to your conspiracy theories, and they believe that he was just trying to get Manly a leg up.
Yeah. But sure, I don't know. That seems overly blatant.
Well, that was as I said, contributed to the big rivalry between the two clubs.
Oh, that's hilarious. 7 tackles for you guys, 5 for you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic. I want to see that happen now. I want to see the uproar. I would love to see that happen against the Broncos. A 5 tackle set. I just want to see Kevy blow up. That'd be fantastic. And it's not just miscounts as well. It's missed calls. Remember, Canberra are still having a whinge over their grand final with the 6 again.
can have a big impact on the game, can't it?
Yeah, they weren't winning that game anyway, as much as they like to think so. The Roosters completely finished over the top of them. And I think that was going to happen regardless of that. But anyway, I mean, we'll never know. We'll never know.
I suppose it stands to reason they had one extra tackle up their sleeves, didn't they? Basically. The Roosters.
What do we want to see today, Ivan? A 5 tackle count. But the Broncos aren't playing today. Oh, that's a compliment to both of us, that is. You from UFC.
Well, I didn't. I think his mother had a lot of input there. With raising young Dan.
Mel says 1 win is better than none. That's certainly true. Very, very true. And it was one win they really had to fight for in the end. Thought they might have done it a little bit easier. But that's okay. Oh, God, I've lost the mouse. Where are we up to over here? Souths and Saints?
Charity Shield.
Yep. Is that where we were?
Well,
Or have I skipped over something?
No. You're have you had enough of Cronulla? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I've had enough of Cronulla, all right. I've had more than enough of them. Thank you.
They did me a favour, actually, one year. I think it was 1974. I got fed up with Penrith losing. And because in the early 70s, they were having a lot of trouble getting wins. And Cronulla and Penrith had come into the comp together in 67. And I thought, blow this, I'm going to start following Cronulla. So I went down to Henson Park to see them play Newtown, and Newtown flogged them. I thought, oh, well, might as well go back to Penrith. So I can thank Cronulla for that.
I did something very similar with the rugby. In the rugby. Oh, geez. So I picked a team because I liked their jersey, which is that's how little Dan used to pick the teams that he would go for. Like, I like the look of the jersey. But I quickly learnt that I've picked a bad egg here. Switched teams, and so that was actually the Crusaders. I picked the Crusaders. I loved the red and black. Red and black, believe it or not, my colours. So I went Crusaders, nice red and black jersey. I was getting out of NRL and I was getting into Super Rugby. And the Crusaders finished bottom of the log that season, right down the bottom. So I went, okay, that was fun. I love this whole Super Rugby thing, this Super 12s. It might have even been Super 10s back at the time, but Super 12s, let's just say. I love it, but I can't be going for the team that was bottom of the log. So I switched over to the Auckland Blues. And then I think it was that very next year, the Crusaders went from bottom of the table to winning the comp. And then the Crusaders, of course, well, anyone who knows the Crusaders knows the history there. I mean, the first competition, they were always down the bottom. And they ended up winning 8 in a row at one point, I think. So I very quickly switched back. Pretty much. So, yes. One question for you, sir. Back in those days, NRL teams can be relegated or remain as the same for the rest of the season. I don't think there's ever been a relegation. I mean, the question was for you, Old Panther, but I'm just trying to present it more.
Well, yeah, no, I don't think that there's never been a specific promotion and relegation, but over the years there have been clubs that have disappeared. For example, if we go back to the foundation clubs, in 1908, Cumberland disbanded after a few years. Later on, of course, Parramatta came into being. They came into the comp in 47. Cumberland is that area, that Parramatta area. Back in the early days too, Glebe, they an inner city suburb, they just disappeared. Annandale was another one, an inner city suburb that disappeared.
When you say disappeared,
off the main league, and
Yep.
they probably had a junior set up, yeah.
were Souths around back then?
Souths were one of the foundation clubs.
Did they just disappear, or did Souths just tell them we're playing over here this week?
No,
and
Souths were over at
they're still looking.
Redfern.
They're still looking for the field.
2 different suburbs.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think they just wound up either for participation or financial reasons, and that later on, some teams did disappear through lack of finances, didn't they? The Gold Coast disappeared for a while. They were out, and
the Gold Coast have got to be getting propped up by the NRL.
Yeah,
surely now, even these days. But anyway, ahoy there, Carvey.
And there, James, good old Cumberland Oval next to the old Speedway. I think I went to Cumberland Oval once, and to me, it did look pretty much like a speedway. From memory, there wasn't a lot of grass there.
Really?
Well, it was a pretty dodgy old setup, I think. Yeah.
Right. Oh, I wonder if there's any photos of these things.
Yeah, well, there's old photos of Penrith Park, and there was a hill.
Whoops.
Yeah.
There we go. Now, Glebe. I've stayed at Glebe, actually. One year when I went down to Sydney for Soundwave, we stayed at a little place at Glebe. I should imagine that there would be no finances to support a team from Glebe in the modern day competition.
No, well...
Not exactly a ritzy area.
Glebe basically next door to Balmain, and they had trouble keeping Balmain afloat, didn't they? That's why they had to merge with Wests. It's interesting to see the geographical location of some of these teams, and you can understand why they've sort of just been sucked into other areas, other clubs. Yeah. And that was one of the contributing factors to Penrith coming into the top league, was that Penrith was situated away from Parramatta, the club that they thought was going to come into the competition with Cronulla was a club called Wentworthville, and they had the disadvantage of being right next door to Parramatta, and eventually it was John Cartwright's dad, Merv Cartwright, that pushed hard to get Penrith into the comp.
Well, I found Parramatta Speedway.
There you go.
I'm wondering if there'll be a shot in here somewhere. Yeah. Since you said
it was James there in the centre, wouldn't it?
Under the drinks bar. Yep, I see you, James. Wow, check out this though. What's this? If I can get the bloody mouse over there. Look at that, 1947.
There you go.
Let's see, is there a photo of the... So I found the Speedway, so we're getting closer, obviously. RCG is playing his 200th game against the Sea Eagles today. There you go. Good old Regan Two Dads.
They're calling that Cumberland Oval, yeah.
Yeah, I just searched Cumberland Oval.
The speedway around the outside, is it, or is there another image there? I think James said it was next door, didn't he?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Oh, well. No, that's all right. I just thought I might be able to find something. Uh-oh. Closed our notes. The Anzac tradition, yes. Roosters, St. George. Have I skipped over something?
Oh, no, I think we're finished. We didn't really get into that Charity Shield much. The as you can see there, the oh, they can't see it, can they? What we've got written there, over there.
Oh yeah. No, I was just saying that. James says Parramatta Speedway was not in Parramatta; it was at Westmead.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Roosters and Saints play on Anzac Day, and the best I can find is that just sort of evolved because over the years they met a few times on Anzac Day. So then now with the way that the draw is developed, well and truly before the season starts, they now play on Anzac Day. They met 4 or 5 times before 2002 on Anzac Day, and since 2002 they have played against each other every Anzac Day, and so that's just a rivalry that's developed in honour of our war veterans and those who lost their life in various wars over the years.
And Saints usually get up for those clashes as well.
It can change the dynamics, can't they? Things like this. You notice that with the special trophies that are played between clubs, like the next one we've got on our list, Parramatta and the Roosters. The great Jack Gibson, he was the first super coach. He changed the way rugby league was played. He coached the Roosters to 2 consecutive premierships, and then later coached Parramatta to 3 consecutive premierships.
Wow.
And so every year they play for the Jack Gibson Cup, and the dynamics change then when there's that thing to play for.
Put something on the line.
Yeah. And now, of course, Penrith and the Tigers have started it with the Royce Simmons Cup.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and the Tigers hold that at the moment.
Yep.
Thanks
to that torrential downpour.
And I'm pretty sure the Cowboys and Cronulla are doing the same thing, aren't they? Because of Paul,
what's that going to be? Oh, Green. Paul Green. Okay. I thought there was a joke incoming there. Something about 7 tackles.
No.
Yeah, Paul Green. He played for the Sharks. They just couldn't quite get across the line back in those days, the Sharks. And I don't mean the try line, I just mean winning finals. A problem they seem to have now as well, funnily enough. Yeah. And I see on the list there is Manly and Cronulla down the bottom there, and
the Battle of the Beaches.
Manly were responsible for breaking Little Dan's heart so many times, so I can understand that. I hated them back then. I don't care anymore. Manly don't bother me, but yep, Little Dan hated Manly because it was always a Cliffy Lyons-led comeback. Like the Sharks would be in a knockout final, they'd have the game in control. They'd be leading by 10 points or thereabouts, or sometimes even more. I remember the year that they were ahead by even more. And then bloody Cliff Lyons would just click into gear and he'd go bang. And they couldn't go with them. And that was back, we used to have to listen to the radio because they didn't play all the games live.
Oh, that's another change, isn't it?
So yeah, I definitely Not so much the Cowboys one, because I don't think that's so much a rivalry as it is the Cowboys just jumping up and down and Thurston throwing his toys around. But yes, Manly and Cronulla, definitely. That was definitely a rivalry. I hated them back in the day, back in the school days.
Manly was hated by everybody going back a bit, though, because they had a big rivalry with what was then the Western Suburbs, Magpies, and they took some of their players, and then they had the big rivalry with Parramatta. They met in a couple of grand finals, and yeah, and so it just goes on with them. Of course, they were called the Silvertails. I think we brought that up in streams previously.
Yeah, we had a chat about that last week, I think.
Everybody hated them. Yeah. And actually, there's a story going around of a mate of mine had tickets to a Manly game. He had 2 tickets, and he'd accidentally left them on the front seat of his car.
Oh, no.
And when he got back to the car, the window had been smashed and 2 more tickets left there.
Dear. Yeah, so I'm definitely on board with that one, Manly and Cronulla. I'm noticing Parramatta in this list a couple of times as well.
Yeah, well, once they started to come good, yeah, there was bound to be some rivalry.
Oh, okay, yeah, they went through that.
Yeah.
I forget sometimes.
Took them a while. They came in the comp in 47, and it wasn't until the 80s that they got that consistency. Yeah.
Yeah, that can certainly happen. I mean, 50 years, wasn't it? It took for the Sharks to win. It'll be 50 more, I dare say. I think I said not that long ago. I don't know if it was last night, but I said not that long ago. I don't think there's going to be another one in my lifetime.
You never know, Dan.
Hey, I'm happy to have experienced it.
Well, I never thought I'd see Brisbane get a wooden spoon in my lifetime.
We got to see that, yeah. We got to see that not long ago.
Yeah.
Now, sorry, Ivan, but now we just need to see. Everyone's got to have one. Now we just need to see the Storm get one. Well, I suppose. Can you say that they did that year that they had to compete without earning competition points?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's fair. I think so.
We can claim that one.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they deserved it.
Oh, wow. 2:38. Remember, 3:05 kickoff for Eels versus Sea Eagles. SS Storm fan, ahoy there, mate. Now, I've actually got something to show you. I want to show you these, well, this specifically. I don't want to run out of time, so... Why is my thing acting up? Okay, yeah, that's the right one. It's just mislabeled on the screen. We'll see if this plays. I thought I had this set up, ready to go. Obviously, I didn't. Yeah, okay, never mind. I'll send it to you. I was going to show everyone. I don't have it set up, and I don't want to mess about, waste time. Nothing about with it. I'll send it to you. Or I'll save it for next week. One or the other, because it's not relevant. It's not relevant with any sort of timestamp, so it doesn't have to be today.
Okay. When are you previewing the game?
Oh, I suppose we could do that now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Since
I think you've been asked.
Whoa! Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
I just got this. Well, I got it 26 minutes ago. The Australian Formula One Grand Prix is underway, and Max Verstappen is out of the race. Oh, well, I've got to see what happened there. Oh, that's brilliant. That's just made my day. That's made my entire weekend. That son of a bitch. I hope he had a big crash. Anyway,
which you can say that's okay, because most of the time they walk away, don't they?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's very, a crash in Formula One is not the scary thing it used to be. Yeah. I wouldn't say something like that back in the day, that's for sure. So, yeah, Parramatta versus Manly. I think this is going to be an absolute cracker of a game. Very hard to pick. Parramatta at home, I give the slight edge to. They've got to play for the full 80, though. That's the problem for Parramatta at the moment. I think they have these little 10-minute spells where they just drop off. But they were in it up to their necks against Penrith and until the very end. But Manly, a very different team this year with Brooksy, and he's going well. And the Manly, in general, are playing extremely well. I just get the feeling, you have that feeling with Manly, that they are just one big injury away from their whole season imploding, especially if that injury is Tommy Turbo. So we're still yet to see from Manly whether they're the full, complete unit now, or they're still the Tommy Turbo team. And if he goes down or has a bad day out, then Manly suck. They're yet to... Because remember last year, they got off to a flyer as well. They won the pre-season trials, and they fell off a cliff like a few other teams did, but that'll be interesting to see. So, I don't know. I home ground advantage, slight edge to the Eels, I think, today. And the Knights Storm, the Knights are actually, on account of the injuries to the Storm, the Knights are actually the favourite with the bookmaker, which I find hard to believe, because the Storm are still an extremely strong team, even with the outs. You've got Wishart and Pezzett, who have been playing well, and that's I believe that's Rod Wishart's son. Mm-hmm. And Pezzett's a name as well in the rugby league circles, I believe. They said the other week. Resentful for life, ahoy, mate. So yeah, I'm going Eels and I'm going Storm today.
Well, we're talking about things that change the dynamics of a game than just finding out that Regan Campbell-Gillard is playing his 200th game.
Milestone games.
Sometimes that can change things, can't it?
Yep, milestone games are big, that's for sure. They get that extra little bit of enthusiasm in their game.
I can't remember who I picked, though.
Did you put tips in? Did you put tips in?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Well, as long as you got tips in.
Didn't do me much good with the Tigers, though.
No, you tipped the Sharks?
Yeah,
most people did. Yeah, most people did. Yeah, I can't find that fight.
Did you see that... now I can't see it. You answered your question about, there it is, James.
Yeah.
Told you what happened to the
right.
Formula One.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is all old stuff coming up in the thing.
I'm looking for the broad.
Yeah, I was just going to see if I could find that fight. See a little bit of Biff. But no, it's not there. Oh well, that's all right. All right, well, I probably should make sure I've got everything set up for the next game. or for the first game, not the next one. So, old Panther, thank you very much for your input for another Generations podcast. I'll chop it all up and edit it and release it as a standalone video for those that may have missed it or want to revisit certain topics that we covered. And I will get ready for the Eels Manly game, followed by Knights versus Storm. And we'll have a think about what we can talk about next week. What topic we can dive into.
Thank you.
Hang on.
Good afternoon, everyone, and enjoy the games.
What games are on next weekend, actually? Because I think we were going to play it by ear and see if I was going to do the Sunday games. So it will be... Oh, we'll be in April, will we? No, not quite.
Easter weekend.
Yeah, it'll be Easter week. Oh, Warriors versus Knights, Sharks versus Raiders. Oh, dear God. Do I really have to watch the Sharks play again? Sharks Raiders, though, for that bet that I've got going with UFC, we better watch that one. Because it might actually ironically turn out to be my team fighting for the wooden spoon based on their efforts the other night. Warriors Knights over in New Zealand. Yeah, okay, so I will cover next Sunday's game. So, yeah, we'll come up with a topic and... Yeah, or just play it by ear. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you very much, old Panther. I'll set a timer up. I'll see you out. This stream is going to stay active, and I'll be back for Eels versus Sea Eagles here on the Wasted World of Sports.
wasted world of sports, eh?
Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Tedesco's butt crack. Ahoy! He's nearly taken security's head off.
I have no idea what the wasted world of sports is.
Wasted World of Sports, ahoy! Welcome along. Your Sunday ticket. Scoreboard should be there at some stage. Welcome along. Parramatta Eels, Manly Sea Eagles should be a blockbuster of a game. Or so we hope. Don't know what's going on with the scoreboard. Very slow to pop up there today. DJ Shaq, ahoy mate. Welcome back. Nice to see you there. Oh, this is going to be a goodie. I can feel it. Parramatta, Manly, should be a great game. Now, whenever we talk up a game, it quite often doesn't live up to expectations, right? Hopefully today does. We're due for a good game. We've seen a few stinkers this weekend, in all honesty. I mean, certain teams have been a little disappointing. Hasn't quite worked out. Fingers crossed for a good one here. Manly in the changing rooms wearing a predominantly white. SS Storm fam, welcome back, mate. Team's getting ready to come out onto the field for this one. I'm trying to figure out what the hell that is. DJ Shaq, you changed your tip to Manly last minute. Always risky, my friend. Always risky. But we'll see if it pays dividends for you today. Should be a great game. Should be a close game. I'm staying true to my belief that the home side may just edge this one out. Let's go, Para, says James. Pumped for this one. Last 5 matches between these two, hey? 34-4, Parramatta won in 2023. That was a very different Manly side back then, though, of course. SS Storm fan says Eels 1-12, first try scorer, Joey Lussick. Let's see what I've got going on. I think I got bored last night and put some tips in. The one tip, anyway. Okay, so I've got... All right, so I've got a cross-game multi. All right, Clint Gutherson or Holy Moly Olakau'atu. Anytime try scorer. Tom Trbojevic or Raymond Tumalo Vega. Anytime try scorer. And then I've got Pappenhausen and Xavier Coates or Will Warbrick in the next game. This one, Holy Moly, Tommy T, Clint Gutherson and Bryce Cartwright. So we'll see. I didn't have time, obviously, to get anything up on the screen. James has got Gutho and the Eels 1-12. It's been a weekend of blowouts. Not huge blowouts, but a weekend of blowouts. So we'll see. We're due for a close game. Oh, I still can't believe... It's like all my dreams came true. Max Verstappen out of the Formula One. So good. So good. As Manly run out onto the field. Morgan Harper named on the wing. Where's Morgan Harper named? Yes, on the wing. Number 2. James has got a silly one. Here comes Regan, two dads. Out for game number 200. A big day for him. 200 games, eh? What an effort. What a trooper. Probably wishes he never left Penrith. Jeez, he hasn't trimmed that moustache in a while, you can tell. It's getting thicker and thicker. Yeah, 90s. The one that I put on, James, is $84. Mine's a little bit silly as well. So you've gone RCG, Lane, Kohler, and Gutho. Yeah, mine's a little bit silly. Holy moly. Or Tom Trebojevic isn't a crazy one. Clint Gutherson's not a crazy one. But I put some crazies in there. That's for sure. I'm still trying to figure out what that is under my face. This game's underway anyway. Parramatta let the ball bounce so many times. Just run in and pick it up, lads. And Gutherson is crunched in the tackle. That is always risky business, letting the ball bounce from the kickoff like that twice. Talagi, outside centre debut for the Eels. Well done to him, says DJ Shack. The defence is up for this one. Solid first defensive set here from Manly. But then when you let the ball bounce, crunching tackle on Gutherson again. Paseka absolutely folded him. Fifth and last, and Moses forced to kick from the 30-metre line. And it's taken on the full by Tommy Turbo at the back. Bloody KO, seriously. You lodge support tickets with KO, and they're like, it must be your internet connection. Yes, it must be my... it must be my $150 a month internet connection. Oh, and it's a spilt ball here. Aioli Sauce. He is a frequent offender with the dropped balls. They're going to challenge it. An early captain's challenge. This, he'd want to be right, or the captain's going to be absolutely... Okay, it looks like he's going to win. This captain's challenge goes the way of Manly. Cameron McDonald, ahoy there. Penalty for an illegal steal, so that one's gone the way of Manly. It's worked out for them. And they can go on the attack. Jake Trebojevic. On to Paseka. No, they cut out Paseka. And they've got a good shape here to the left. They just needed to get that ball out. And it was try time. But a two-man tackle shuts that down. They're on the attack still, Manly. 20 out. Brooksy. Short ball. Doesn't open up. Tackles up their sleeve. Manly looking good. Short side is Brooks, puts the grubber kick in. It's played out by Parramatta and goes over the sideline. That's a result of some nature for Manly. They'll be happy enough with that. Nice little play there. Brooks looking dangerous. How good has Brooks been, honestly? Brooks is always the scapegoat. Everyone likes to stack on Brooksy. Now that he's actually at a stable club with some quality players around him. And more pants pulled down this weekend. We've seen a lot of pants pulled down over the course of this weekend. And a penalty to boot. Right out in front. Take the two. Take the two. They are taking the two. Bright and early to get first points on the board. Can Brooks break his finals drought? If Manly stay fit and firing, we've seen enough from Manly to suggest that they are contenders this year. It's still early, of course. Manly fell, well, one of the teams that fell off a cliff last season. Heavily dependent on Tommy Turbo, they have been. Ruben Garrick with a very simple kick here to get the first points of the game. 2-0, Manly lead. They should definitely have overs or unders. Players getting pantsed. We've definitely been overs this weekend. Definitely. Yeah, why are so many players getting pantsed? It's a very interesting question. Why is it happening? Sione for Ave. Ahoy there, mate. Parramatta get us back underway. Deep kickoff. And it's Aioli Sauce absolutely bulldozed in that tackle by Bryce Cartwright. That was a huge hit. I don't know if there were too many arms in that tackle. Let's have a look. Oh, no, it's perfect. Perfect front on arms tackle. Absolutely rattled it, the Aioli Sauce. Expansive play early here from Manly. Tackle 3. And Garrick has got the pace to go right down the outside. The kick in field. They're going to win the race to this ball too, Manly. It pops up and Tommy Turbo scores an absolute blinding length of the field try. Oh dear. Parramatta, wake up please. Going wide early on tackle 3. Tommy Turbo finishes it off. He started it too. Drew in Morgan Harper. Morgan Harper caught way too far infield. Garrick puts the kick in. Tommy Turbo wins the race. It bounced up perfectly for him. Well, there's a tick off the multi at least. Try has been confirmed. That's a nice early tick on the multi. Tommy Turbo, the try scorer. Morgan Harper found out again. $6-0, kick to come. Yeah, definitely not confident now. Early days, though, early days. George the Animal Steel, ahoy there. I went with Parramatta. Parramatta to edge it. Still early days, there's still time. James says the worst team signing of 2024. It would have to be close, wouldn't it? I mean, no offense to Morgan Harper, honestly, but geez. Ruben Garrick with the conversion, successful. It's 8-0. Manly. They took a risk. It paid off for them. And how good is it to see Tommy Turbo in full flight? This is a new Manly team that we're seeing in 2024. Well, the ultimate test for Manly will be if Tommy Turbo goes down injured, and we don't want to see that. As a New South Wales Blues supporter, we don't want to see that. Back underway. Parramatta will need to be wise to that early shift moving forward. And they go early again, this time out to the left. They're not afraid to go wide from their own end here, Manly. Something a little bit different. Parramatta clearly weren't expecting it. Jake Trebojevic in midfield, out the back to Cherry Evans. They've got them absolutely shot to pieces again out wide. Harper manages to rush back, and this one's off the head of Garrick, a falcon into the waiting arms of Talagi. So there we go. That style of play, there's going to be some errors Parramatta can capitalise on. And there is the first one. It looked dangerous for a moment there, though, didn't it? They had them absolutely shot to pieces again on that right-hand edge. Morgan Harper, once more, way too far in field. And a little bit of panic in the play here from Parramatta. There doesn't need to be. Tackles up the sleeve, 30 metres out from the line, and they're playing as if they're behind by 40 with 20 minutes to go. And they make the first mistake. Their first mistake. Just pushing passes. And you can see a little bit of panic in the play there. Sean Lane spills it. Absolutely no need for them to be pushing those passes this early. Just because Manly's doing it doesn't mean they have to do it. They just need to calm things down a bit here, Parramatta, and hold the ball. Not give away stupid penalties like that. This is not a good start at all. Parramatta, what are they doing to themselves out there? The penalty kick is up over halfway, and they go wide on tackle one. Tommy Turbo almost gets on the outside of Penasini. 30 out from the line. Aioli Sauce in midfield. Takes tackle two. Cherry Evans out the back to Brooks. Morgan Harper's caught out again and's left the wing exposed, and Jackson Paulo takes it to within 10 metres. Oh, Morgan Harper needs to be hooked immediately. Is there a replacement on the bench? Keeping the ball alive here, Manly. 6 again for inside the 10. Oh, this is a disaster. Croker takes it in front of the post on tackle one. This is a horror show at the moment. Look at the shape out to the left here. Tommy Turbo draws and passes, but good one-on-one defense from Penasini. The play the ball was nowhere near on the mark. They've let it go. Brooks runs across field. Links up with Paseka. Tackle 3, still 10 out. Croker out the back to Cherry Evans. Cut out pass to Brooks, and Morgan Harper again. Morgan Harper again caught way too far in field, and that is a simple try for Jackson Paulo. As easy as you like. Morgan Harper, I don't know who is on the interchange bench, but a call needs to be made, and it needs to be made right now. Morgan Harper is getting horribly found out today. The game is 12 minutes old. And they are just dismantling Morgan Harper. Manly on a rampage. This is a horror start for the Eels. Oh no. Jackson Paulo. Not in my multis. I don't care who's on the bench. Honestly, Morgan Harper needs to come off right now. I don't care if there are no wingers on the bench. They can't do any worse. Penny Yaboa, ahoy there. Go Manly with the Eels. Bosco, Manly, Blue Eels, go Manly. George, the Animal Steel. Can the Broncos beat the Cowboys? Yes or no? As the conversion is successful. 14 points to nil. Can the Broncos beat the Cowboys? Yes. Anybody can beat anybody on the day. I would say the Cowboys would have to be favourites. Right? Reece Walsh out, Payne Haas out, Adam Reynolds probably still out. Oh, this is a disaster start for Parramatta. $14 points to nil. Manly on a roll. I just can't believe the panic that we saw from Parramatta when they finally got their hands on the ball. The game is 13 minutes old. There's no need to panic. Playing catcher. Oh, and now Croker dummies and goes straight through. Oh, they're skinning the Eels alive here. Brooks will kick on tackle 4. Looking for the corner. It pops up for Gutherson, but look at the kick chase. Great tackle by Vega. And Parramatta are starting this set 5 out from their own line. Already on the back foot. Manly looking very solid. Morgan Harper looking very flaky. And a penalty. A very relieving one at that for the home team. Boy, did they need that. Words cannot describe how much they needed that. They were stuck down their own end for that set of 6. Very relieving penalty. This gets them up to halfway. Tackle 1. Right on the halfway line. Now, they just need some composure. There's Campbell Gillard. Will he bring them some composure? It's been 73% possession at the moment in favour of Manly, so Parramatta just need to get hands on the ball. Penasiti beats the first tackle, cuts back in field, looks for another gap. It doesn't open up. Tackle 4, 20 out. And they've spilt the ball here in contact. Dylan Brown. Has it been reefed out by Manly? I suspect they might challenge this. They are going to challenge it. The first challenge went the way of Manly. Can Parramatta get some luck here? Well, I mean, it's not luck if it's the right call, but you know what I mean. Beavis looking very frustrated up in the coaching box. Successful challenge. There we go. Hem Prasad, ahoy there. Parramatta will score try. Whoops. Missed my mouth completely. Another successful challenge in this game. 14 points to nil. Parramatta just need to maintain some possession. Put some pressure on. They haven't really had a chance yet. If they strike here, that'll be a big statement. This is their first real opportunity. Brown fires the cutout pass right over the top to Russell. It was a floater. Manly get across and cut that off. 10 out from the line. Offa Hangawe with the hit up. Second tackle now. Moses to Brown. Good shape to the left. Another cutout pass, but this one goes over the sideline. And a mistake on tackle 2. Parramatta have hit the panic button. I'm not sure why. Beavis needs to get a message down to them and just say, calm down, boys. Relax. We're only 16 minutes into the game. Relax. Manly survive and they have the ball back. Another error that will go down as for Parramatta. $14 points to 0. They lead early. Big start for the Sea Eagles. And a sloppy play of the ball here from Ben Trebojevic. And another mistake, inviting Parramatta to stay in this contest. James says if Manly score again, it's game over. You're starting to sound like me now, James. With my team. Big mistake, that one. Parramatta scrum down. 30 out. Brown dummies. Goes on his own. Campbell Gillard just takes tackle 2. That's good, though. Just settle things down. They don't need to play Manly style. They're getting dragged into Manly style here. Tackle 3. 10 out from the line. Big charge there from Hopgood. Manly's defence holds firm, though. To the left they go. Moses to Brown. Short ball to Sean Lane. 5th and last. 5 out from the line. Moses with the crossfield kick. Taken on the fall and scoring is Will Penasini. Parramatta are back. Penasini scores. Game on. Or game back on. It was looking shaky for a little bit there. Penasini. He's not in my multis. Oh, what's this? Oh, James says, I'm not gay, but RCG has nice legs. Absolutely. I think I know exactly the shot you're talking about as well, where that thought entered your mind, because it entered my mind as well. The one where he just took that hit up on the about 10 metres out from the goalpost. That set of 6. And he got tackled, and his legs were straight out, stretched, and he was sort of planked on the ground. And his pants were kind of riding up. All right, I'm making this gay now. I'm turning this gay. His pants were riding up on his right butt cheek was kind of partially exposed. And I did have that momentary thought of, that man has got very nice legs. Kent see straight. Ahoy. Muppet, ahoy there, mate. As Gutherson converts. And it's 14 points to 6. Parramatta back into the contest now. And they did it by just playing simple, basic stuff. Completing, getting the kick away. We were talking about it in the Generations vodcast earlier. Sometimes rugby league is just such a simple game. All right, so I've got 1 tick on both multis. And that's Tommy Trebojevic. So we'll keep an eye on that. James says we have the same taste in women and now men's legs. What a resume. How are you doing today, Muppet? Cherry Evans gets us back underway. I'm 10 seconds behind again. No. I'm 10 seconds behind and I missed a mistake, did I? A mistake from Parramatta. Joe off a Hengawe. Right off the back of points. Immediately off the back of points. And obviously a frustrated looking Beavis in the coach's box. Wine, funnily enough, Muppet. A nice, cool, crisp Chardonnay. Oh, from the scrum, Morgan Harper's infield again. This time, Tommy Turbo holds the pass. And Harper gets away with it. Oh, he was in again, Morgan Harper. Left that wing exposed. This is frustrating to watch. I understand that it's his first... I think they mentioned that it's his first starting NRL game on the wing. I think they said... And he's in again. Tackle 3 here. Parramatta were all offside there. A spilt ball out the back. Harper's in again. I mean, oh, God, get him off. Get the man off, please. This is painful. This is scary. They keep peppering his edge as well, and why wouldn't you? Fifth and last, Manly, 10 out from the line. They go to Harper's edge again. Cherry Evans, though, cuts back, puts the grubber kick in behind. There's nobody there for Parramatta. Mitchell Moses saves the day. Moses saving the day. Brooksy nearly got a try. Mitchell Moses appeared out of nowhere. Saving the day. Great vision by Cherry Evans. Goal line dropout incoming. Gutherson goes short. Has it gone 10? It doesn't matter. Parramatta have spilt the ball and Manly have it. Oh, Manly get a penalty in front of the posts. It was caught before the 10-metre line. Oh, they got that a little wrong. Gift 2 points here if they want it, Manly. Looks like they're going to keep the pressure on. Why wouldn't you? Just tap and run down Morgan Harper's head. Look at where he's standing, Morgan Harper. Morgan Harper is about 20 metres infield. This is just painful to watch. They will just be setting them up. Honestly, they're just setting up for that right-hand edge play. And here they go. Brooks at first receiver to Cherry Evans. Harper is caught so far infield again. And if the pass was crisp, it would have been a try time for Manly. Parramatta hold on this time. Morgan Harper, what are you doing? He was even further infield that time. That's probably the worst one yet. He is just completely in no man's land. If you are the winger and on defense, you've got two attackers standing outside you and you still turn in, there is something horribly wrong. Honestly, this is very scary to watch. As I said earlier, I don't care who's on the bench. I don't care if there's no backline player on the bench. He needs to come off. Penalty to Parramatta. A much-needed one. See, Manly should have taken the 2. You got to listen to me. Take the 2. Always take points when they're on offer. Junior Paulo's on. That'll give them some go forward. 5 from 9 completions, Parramatta. Not good enough. Not good enough at all. The 10 metres out now. Good shape here. To the right, Paulo looks for the offload. Gets it to Moses. Mitchell Moses scores. Junior Paulo. Oh, I had just got through talking about the impact he's going to make. And there he is with a try assist, the big man. And Mitchell Moses scores 14-10. They have no right, honestly, no right. Absolutely no right to be this close. But whenever they just hold the ball, no panic in their play, they come up with results. 14-10 kick to come. DJ Shack says, I seriously think we've spent half of this stream whinging about Harper's positional play. Yeah, we certainly have been, but it's been awful. I've never seen anything like it at top level NRL, DJ Shack. Never. I'm focusing on it because I'm just so bewildered by it. I can't believe it. I've never seen a winger just so constantly out of position. If it's his first game playing wing, I understand. It makes a little bit more sense. But what's he been doing at training all week? That'd be my question that I have to raise. Clint Gutherson with the conversion from just to the right of the post. James says he did it all game against Penrith. Dan, he didn't start on the wing against Penrith, did he? He had to move out there in a reshuffle, wasn't it? So yeah, it probably wasn't as noticeable because of that reason against the Panthers. If he got shifted out there in a reshuffle during the game, I probably wouldn't have noticed as much. This is very noticeable because he's starting out there. Conversion successful anyway. 14 points to 12. Now Parramatta, can they hold on to the ball this time? Junior Paulo takes the first hit up. Oh my God, this bloody KO is disgraceful. I'm going to have to send more nasty messages to KO. Up towards halfway, Parramatta. Fifth and last, they're back in this game. Morgan had defensive flaws. Manly will continue their attack down his edge. They should, if they're smart. I appreciate it, James, but I would have to... There's too much I would have to do to change what's already set up, if you know what I mean. So, appreciate it, but... Oh, was there an early tackle here on Tommy T? They're calling for it, Manly. They spill the ball, though, on halfway. The completion rate for Manly has started to drop. Was he taken early, Tommy T? I don't think so. I think that was perfectly timed tackle. And if you can believe it, Parramatta are on the attack here with the potential to take the lead in this game. I can't believe that. Tackle 3. 6 again. They get a full set of 6 now. 20 out from the line. Here is a big opportunity for Parramatta to steal the lead. Through the hands, Gutherson out wide. 10 metres out on tackle 2 on this near edge. Big open side to the left. They go midfield. Paulo, he's just going to charge forward. Gets the offload away. Keeping it alive now. Brown, steps 1, caught. 10 metres out from the line on tackle 3. Short side they go. Sean Lane takes them on. Almost popped the ball straight to Cherry Evans. Did well to hold back there. 2 tackles left. Brown in at first receiver. And Madison backs into the defensive line. 5th and last. What can they come up with? Moses is out here on the right. Out the back to Gutherson. And Gutherson is crushed in the tackle by Vega. Pops the ball back. It's still alive. Moses steps, fires an offload. The kick into the end goal is a little too heavy. It pops up, though, and forced to make a play out of his croaker. And that is fantastic work by Blaze Talagi. On debut, pulling off a play like that. No panic in his game whatsoever. He stumbled as well in the kick chase. And that ball popped up perfectly. This is incredible, the turnaround in this game. Nine minutes to go till the halftime break. DJ Shaq says, what a tackle by Vega on Gutherson. Shut that play down. It was try time in the corner if he doesn't make that tackle. The Eels still on the attack, though. They get the ball from the dropout. Offload on tackle 1. Risky play, but they're throwing it around. Caution to the wind. And James says, that's the para we love. Apollo drops it backwards, though. Moses collects. Back to Brown in midfield. It's only tackle 2, do they realise? Do they realise that? Third tackle now in front of the post, 10 metres out to the left. They go. A dummy and cutting back end field. Nowhere to go is Hopgood. Gets another offload away. Tackle 4, 5 out. That's a horrible pass to Brown at first receiver. Keeps it alive to Gutherson. To Talangi. Couldn't get the pass away. Knocked down by Paulo, and it'll be 6 more tackles. More pressure. From dummy half, going on a dart. Lussick on 0 tackle. He's caught, pushed backwards. Manly completely under the pump here. Moses puts the grubber kick through. It's loose in the end goal area. Manly fight to get back into the field of play. But they can't do it. It's another result here for Parramatta. Frantic pace. The game has just elevated a gear or two. Have Parramatta got a cheeky little touch on the ball here? Is that what we're looking at? Ah, yep. Brycey Cartwright, a cheeky little finger on the ball. Cody Mason, ahoy. Sea Eagles, top 4. So forward off Manly first, though. Bryce Cartwright gets the touch after the knock-on from Manly. And Parramatta are going to have this ball even better than a goal line dropout. A scrum down it's going to be. 10 out from the line in midfield. That's an even better result for Parramatta. The last 10 minutes, it's been all the Eels. 77% possession. This is a big, big moment in the game. How would you feel being Manly, the start that they got off to, and going into the sheds behind at halftime? Brown to Moses, and on debut, Tulagi will score. He is positioned perfectly. They've created the overlap from the scrum, and Parramatta take the lead with a beautiful set-piece try, finished off by the debutant. Blaze Tulagi. There's T-shirts of him in the crowd. That's obviously his family. What an amazing turnaround. And they've done it by simply holding the ball and completing well. Can't help but notice that they cut Morgan Harper out of that play completely as well. Just so that we can continue ragging on Morgan Harper. What a try. He absolutely barnstorms over the top of Tommy Turbo as well. Tommy T was there in defense. Should have made the tackle, but Blaze just went, no. Have we ever seen anybody just run over the top of Tommy T like that? Parramatta lead. Yeah, he was. In fairness, Morgan Harper was used as a decoy, but that's what I mean. We'll use him as decoy. We can't risk him getting his hands on the ball and finding a way to screw this up. we used to have a kid like that back when I played juniors. He was always the decoy runner because coach didn't want him touching the ball because he'd always drop it. Clint Gutherson from the sideline. The left-hand sideline. Perfect side for him. Favoured side for him. And he pushes it past the far upright. It remains 16 points to 14. And I would just like to point out that had Manly taken the 2 points from that earlier penalty, we would be all square at 16 all right now. So, we know I'm an advocate for taking the 2. The scores would have been all level. See? Got to listen to me. Always take the points when they're on offer. Because you never know when you're going to need them. 16 points to 14. This is absolutely crazy to think. The way that this match started, it's amazing to think that Parramatta are on top. They have fought back into this game so well. They've been invited into it by Manly as well. Let's not forget that. Manly have come up with some pretty simple mistakes. And there's another one. Ruben Garrick slapping the ball down. Slapping that ball down and giving 6 more tackles to the Eels. Five minutes to go until the halftime break. This is wild. Mac Orchard, ahoy, mate. Good comeback. Very good comeback it's been. There's Paulo. Surprised he wasn't in the scrum, Junior Paulo. Penalty for a leg pull. It's all going Parramatta's way here. And just the body language has changed. It's Manly who suddenly look like they have panic in their eyes. Luke Brooks penalised for a leg pull there on Junior Paulo. It's probably the only way he could get him down, to be perfectly honest. Down the blind side they go with Bryce Cartwright getting another offload away. They've got their offload game in gear, Parramatta. Paulo out the back to Gutherson. Here goes Tulagi again. Almost gets past Ruben Garrick. A great legs tackle in the end. Short side, Gutherson. Oh, he didn't want to give it to Morgan Harper. No one wants to pass to Morgan Harper. 6 again. Oh, no. 6 again. Manly have given it away on tackle 4, and they've got to defend 10 metres out from their own line. A full set of 6 now. Moses on the right-hand side goes to Cartwright. Aguero. Ahoy there. Mr. Ed's dead. Ahoy. Moses in midfield. Good shape here. And gaps opening up for Parramatta. The tap on is not clean. Harper has to go back to collect it. Bumps off Cherry Evans. Cherry Evans comes back at him with the help of Jackson Paulo. Tackle 3. 5 out. Shifting it from edge to edge. Oh, we get a backstory on Blaze. Moses, short pass. And a cheeky little knock on there. Bryce Cartwright got the offload back to Moses, who spilt it. And Manly, hold on, just. Oh, Gutherson's down. Gutherson's down on his haunches in back play. He's up again. He's down again. He's up again. He's all right. Scrum down here for Manly. Trapped on their own line, though. Since the start, Manly were up 14 points to 0. Bryce Cartwright for a Blues jersey this year, says James. There might be a few of the Parramatta forwards in the team. I don't think Junior Paulo's done anything to lose his spot. You'd have to... Oh, Brooks goes straight through. Some fancy footwork. Gutherson to beat. Completely stands him up. Dylan Brown comes at him. Takes him down. Manly, 20 out. 6 again. Cherry Evans goes for a kick. It's tapped out the back to Tommy Turbo. Play on still. A minute to go till the halftime break, and Jake Trbojevic has it in midfield. Tackle 1. Suddenly the pressure is on Parramatta. Tom Trbojevic runs in behind his brother Ben. Ten metres out, Manly. Can they strike back? Jake over on the left to Brooks. Brooks. Flat pass to Kohler. Kohler's a couple of metres short. Brooks in at first receiver. They go wide to Cherry Evans. Morgan Harper's infield again, and this is an easy try for Ruben Garrick. Morgan Harper once more. What was he doing there? Why was he so far infield? Again. You've got defence sliding across. You need to stay out with your man, Morgan. They were covered. That man that you turned in on was covered. Tommy Turbo was covered. He needed to stay out. (18 points to 16). Manly reclaim the lead right on the stroke of halftime. And if Morgan Harper is on the field in the second half, I will be absolutely bewildered. I don't know who you replace him with. I don't care who you replace him with. But it can't be any worse. Put Junior Paulo out there. If it was soccer, you wouldn't make him a goalie. No, I wouldn't, because if he was the goalie, he'd be the type of goalie that's always racing up at the ball rather than staying back and defending the goal. Ruben Garrick from out wide to extend the lead right on the stroke of half-time. He hooks it. 18 points to 16 it remains at half-time. And my God, I just can't. process this. Morgan Harper, pretty much every try has been down his edge, hasn't it? And it's been, they just stroll in. The wingers have just strolled in. Anyway, 18 points to 16. We've got a close game on our hands, just as we thought. Oh, wow. I'm going to have a quick break, and we'll be back to dissect that half's action right after this. Half-time here, 18 points to 16 in favour of Manly. I have to wonder what that scoreline would be. Whoa, Jesus. I have to wonder what that scoreline would be if Morgan Harper had stayed out on the wing. Okay, so Talagi played schoolboys rugby in 2022 at Westfield Boys High School. Of Samoan descent, as his friends and family imply, with the... Putting words in that I don't know. He's Samoan, anyway. Played 5/8 in New South Wales Cup, it looked like. Can he play wing, DJ Shaq? That's what I'd be interested to know. Because honestly, if he can play wing, I would shift him out there and I would move Morgan Harper back to the centres. Since apparently that's where he wants to defend anyway. May as well put him there. James says, I thought he was Tongan. That's what I was thinking, James, but I'm not allowed to say it. An electric start from the Manly Sea Eagles. Then Parramatta came back at them, and then Parramatta let it slip at the back end of the half there. That last couple of minutes before the break was shocking. Not as shocking as Morgan Harper's been, though. Ahoy there, Louis? Ahoy there, welcome along. Can't help but notice New South Wales Blues State of Origin logo there in your avatar. Good stuff. We go for the Blues around here. $18 points to 16 at half-time. And, of course, coming up after this, Newcastle Knights, Melbourne Storm. Are Newcastle still favourite with the bookmakers? They are. As a matter of fact, Newcastle Knights are coming in. They're even heavier favourites than what they started the day at. That's interesting. There's some more outs from the Melbourne Storm. Is that what's happened there? Christian Welsh, Jerome Hughes, Joe Chan, the outs for Melbourne. I still can't quite understand why Newcastle are such heavy favourites. Maybe it's the Cogger factor. Yes, Jack Cogger will get his chance to lead the Knights around today. DJ Shaq says, Dan, I have some horrific news. Oh, no. Morgan Harper officially staying on the field for the second half. And it's at Newcastle, James, yes, but it's the Melbourne Storm. I don't know. I'm not backing against a Craig Bellamy coached team. Manly, the most improved team in 2024. Yes. Oh, 100%. Although the true test for Manly would be if Tommy Turbo falls over injured. Yeah, DJ Shaq, scans have confirmed ACL tear for Tino. His season is over. That is absolutely true. The news came out overnight. Yeah, I think the Storm win. Despite the fact they're down Hughes, they're down Munster. But it's the Melbourne Storm. Can't bet against them. Sione for Ave. Can I do a shout out to your brother. Happiest... Oh, hang on. I've got the birthday music and all. I think. Oh, no, I don't have it loaded up. Oh, well, that's all right. Happy 40th birthday to Fred Malachi from Mount Roskill. I'll find the birthday music. We've got to have the birthday music. All right. A happy birthday. Hang on. Let me get a fresh drink. A happy birthday and cheers to Fred Malachi from Mount Roskill. 40th birthday, huh? Cheers. The big 4-0, huh? What a number. DJ Shaq has also tipped the Storm, as well as Louis there. Good to see people are on the Storm bandwagon. I think it will happen. Newcastle have been atrocious. James, it's my birthday. It's my birthday as well, says James. Yeah, we did this the other week, or the other night, whenever it was. I can't remember. But we did it just recently, where I shouted out everyone who's ever had a birthday, ever. Because that was just easier. Still half-time here. 18 points to 16, Manly. Pinching the lead right on the siren, basically. Parramatta, they just need to go back to what they were doing in that spell in the middle of that half where they got themselves back into the game. Simple plays. Simple plays, big results. And hopefully they can finish it off. My multis. So, in my main multi, I need Clint Gutherson. I need Gutho to score. Or Holy Moly Olakau'atu. Yeah. Who did I go for? I went for Parramatta. I thought the home side to just edge it out. I figured it would be close. I got a little bit concerned when Manly started the way they did. I can just imagine, James, that Brad Beavis Arthur did pull Morgan Harper aside, put his arm around his shoulder and said, Morgan, can we have a chat, please? Now, obviously, mate, that first half, and they're walking at the same time, right? He's got his arm around him and he's sort of walking him. We need to have a little chat about that first half. It obviously didn't go well. Tell him all the things that he did wrong. And anyways, Morgan, thanks. But and then by the time he's finished his chat and they're walking along with his arm over his shoulder, they're at the exit. They're at the back door. He opens it up, shoves him out, says, thank you. I think we'll do better without you being there. I can see that happening. Well, there he is, though. He's running out onto the field. Sivo is back next week, apparently, so there's only 40 minutes left of Harper on the wing. Good news for Parramatta fans everywhere. Game ML, ahoy! Game ML, big Melbourne Storm fan. Probably getting very excited for the game coming up next. Newcastle Knights, Melbourne Storm, right here on the Wasted World of Sports. We'll be staying live. We shall be staying live, covering all the action. Second half underway here, though. 18-16. Manly with the slight edge. Parramatta get us underway. Yes, I did, DJ Shack. Thank you for sending that along. I had a question. My question was, can he also play wing? Because if he can play on the wing, I think they should shift him out and bring Morgan Harper in one, since that's apparently where he wants to defend anyway. And they are immediately targeting Morgan Harper's edge. And I couldn't help but notice, we were talking about Brad Arthur probably having words with him at halftime. I couldn't help but notice that Harper had just changed his body position there as they were attacking that edge, or threatening to attack that edge. He was standing more outward facing. As Manly get the kick away, Gutherson takes it at the back. So it could very well have happened, James. Could very well have happened. They had a chat and... Manly have their beaks in front. Oh, fabulous. What would you say if Parramatta get ahead? Parramatta, the Eels have noses? Tackle 4 here. Parramatta go into Manly territory. Gutherson out wide. They go through the hands. There's Talagi. Jeez, this is going to get confusing. There's Taulangis. Talagis. Taken to the back here by Tommy Turbo off the kick. And a penalty for a shoulder. Here's a chance to take the 2. T-shirts now available at poptillyouDrop.com.au, the official merchandise home of Wasted World of Sports. A shoulder from Ruben Garrick taking out Mitchell Moses on the chase. And here is an opportunity at 2 points to square this game up. Oh, no. Nobody listens to me. They've tapped and gone. They've taken the tap. Nobody in rugby league wants to take the 2. Junior Paulo with the hit up. They're a metre short. Parramatta, I understand what they're going for here. They want to make a statement nice and early in this second half. And the opportunity has presented itself. In front of the post, now they go left. Brown fires the cutout pass to Morgan Harper, the best player on the field all day. I've said it right from the start. And he is well positioned to take that ball and slide across in the corner and score the try. Morgan Harper, man of the match, reclaims the lead for his team. But that was all Mitch Moses. That was all Mitchell Moses' pinpoint accurate pass. And this time it's Manly guilty of jamming in. Jackson Paulo caught way out of position. Manly guilty. Oh, it was Dylan Brown. I'm giving Mitchell Moses all the credit. It was Dylan Brown. They learnt from this exact play in the first half. SS Storm fan, welcome back. They ran this exact play in the first half, and Dylan Brown didn't quite get the pass right. This time, bang on. I see your thinking there, James. Pluto is the size of Paulo, Junior Paulo. That's why Pluto is no longer a planet. It's because it's a person. DJ Shaq says he may have replaced Brooks as the whipping boy of Reddit. Jim Favre says lucky he scored, made up for all the mistakes. The conversion from out wide, Gutherson hooks it again, or pushes it past the far upright 20 points to 18 it remains. Not getting full value there. Parramatta, it was a difficult conversion though, in fairness. Morgan Harper with the try. Set up by Dylan Brown. Oh, that's a nice shot. That stadium's not as nice as that one we had the other night. But that's still a good shot. Well done, director. Back underway. Paulo. Pluto, Paulo. I'm going to call him Pluto from now on. Expansive play early here from Parramatta. Ruben Garrick, he's done this a few times, Ruben Garrick. I've noticed he has a yank at the opposition pants in the tackle. I don't know what that's all about. He likes to have a good yank on the undies for some reason. That's the modern day Hopewade. Back into Manly territory. The Eels with good shape out to the right. Moses gets the cutout pass into space. Goes Russell. Cuts back infield as the Manly defence scrambles and slides across. Fifth and last. 20 out. Moses with the high ball. Well taken there by Holy Moly. And a penalty to back it up. Relieving penalty at that for Manly. Louis says Morgan Harper looks more manly in Para's outfit than when he was with Manly. DJ Shack says, I honestly think it's not even Harper's fault to some extent that he's uncomfortable on the wing. The coaches and selectors that put him there have a part to play. Absolutely, DJ Shack. But it's more fun in commentary to just make it entirely his fault. OG asks how many more minutes left. 33 and a half minutes left in this game. James says, I think there is links we have just discovered. All the questions of the universe can be answered with rugby league players as Manly play with good shape out to the right, but a spilt ball. And over the sideline it goes. And they did have Morgan Harper turning in again there. I couldn't help but notice. I'll suss out the replay on that one. Yeah, Morgan Harper was just caught the furthest infield. He's gone all game, and that's saying a lot. But Manly have made the mistake, spilling the ball out the back. And Parramatta will have Manly have got the ball back. No, they don't. He was just holding it for Gutherson. I was going to say, how did Manly get the ball back there? But no, Parramatta have it. 30 out from their own line. A mistake from Manly. Let Parramatta off the hook there. Let Morgan Harper off the hook there. James asked DJ Shack, do you work for the UN? DJ Shack's always got a very balanced and fair statement, doesn't he? He definitely evens out my incredibly one-sided nonsense. That's for sure. 6 again. No, I understand. I understand that you know why you said it. I'm explaining it for everybody else, James. I'm not saying that you have no idea why you said what you said. It was for the benefit of everybody else. Chip and chase from Moses. Where does this bounce? It bounces perfectly for Tommy Turbo. And that threat is nullified at the back. But Parramatta slightly on top here to start the second half. Manly having to do the hard yards. Oh, trying to Milky Magoo a penalty there. No, I think he genuinely hurt himself. Through the hands, and look at where Morgan Harper is standing again. Tommy Turbo just couldn't get that ball free. Fifth and last, 30 out from their own line. That was a good set defensively from the Eels. This kick from Brooks is out on the fall. Oh no, that's the Luke Brooks of old, that sort of play. Keep your head up, Brooksy. The move to Manly was still the right decision, I think. Just overcooked it a little bit. Parramatta invited right back down to the other end. Anthony Seibold is not happy in the coach's box. Here's a chance for the Eels to bag a second try in a row. Lussick goes left. Brown cuts back right. A space almost opens up. Some fancy footwork, but he's dragged down by Olakawatu in midfield. On tackle 2, Pluto offloads to Cartwright. Cartwright can't get the ball free. Tackle 3, they're inside 10 though. Moses to Pluto. Pluto steps back in towards the post, looks for the offload, gets it. The ball is still alive. Out to the left they go. Sean Lane is wrapped up by Cherry Evans and Ruben Garrick. On tackle 4, still 10 metres out. Madison's caught. This is it, 5th and last. Can they get a repeat set at the very least here, Parramatta? Moses is out to the right, short, flat pass to Cartwright. He drops it. And that's a little bit of a nothing play there on the 5th and last for Parramatta. Saga Laho, ahoy there. Welcome along. It was forward anyway. Probably was. Not to worry, though. 20 points to 18, Parramatta. 10 minutes gone in the second half. Big charge there from Paseka. Standing in a 3-man tackle. They can't put him down, the big man. And then he drives forward with a second attempt. Brooks is caught and sacked with the ball. 40 out from their own line here, Manly. Nathan Brown looks for the offload. Can't get it. 5th and last. Cherry Evans is here on this near side. Keeps the kick low and flat. It pops up now for Gutherson. Gutherson attacks it. And he's hit hard by Garrick. Talagi. Bringing it out of territory. Doing the hard yards. Now Harper. Plays the ball to nobody. No, I'm being harsh now. Up over halfway on a good run. Parramatta, some front foot ball. Gutherson now goes to ground. About 35 out from the line. Moses puts the kick into the corner. And it's going to dribble into touch. Manly will have the ball. Best game so far this weekend. I would agree with that, James. 100%. One to 12 looks good. I need Gutho as well. I need Gutho for both my multis. Manly ball though, 10 out from their own line. A couple of players getting some treatment in back play. We've got 27 minutes. We need Gutherson to score. I don't even care about the result. James needs 1 to 12 for Parramatta. I don't even care about that result. As Morgan Harper makes the tackle. He raced in. He was way off his wing, but he made the tackle this time on Ruben Garrick. Yeah, so I don't even care about the result. I just need the try scorer for mine. Nathan Brown takes the hit up. 5th and last on halfway. Cherry Evans again. A low flat kick into the corner. Gutherson has further distance to cover to get this one. And he's met well by Garrick and Paulo. Risky pass across his own goal line there. Dylan Brown. They've got it though, Parramatta still. Tackle 3. Regan Campbell-Gillard charges into the defence. He wound up. He was running from the back fence. And a big run here from Moretti, straight over the top of one of the Manly defenders. I couldn't quite see who it was. 5th and last, Moses from inside the 40. It finds the turf. It hooks towards the sideline, but Tommy Turbo's there. Kent C. Straight says, need para players to all of a sudden catch a cold. Ivan Storm says, come on, Manly. James says, Newcastle has Will Price playing today. Off the bench. Players all tangled up here. Manly looking for a penalty. Not incoming. As Ben Trebojevic takes tackle 3. 30 out from their own line. Manly just looking a little flat. Oh, slightly forward there from dummy half. Maybe it was just the camera angle. But yeah, Parramatta are definitely out enthusing them at the moment. The kick from dummy half is straight down the throat of Gutherson. Pops up nicely for him. And Parramatta will start this set about 35 out from their own line. Good field position. And Talagi takes the head up. He's had a solid game on debut. Let's acknowledge that. Harper cuts back in field. Has a little dance. Beats Trebojevic. Jake gets caught by Trebojevic. Ben gets the offload away. It was a sloppy offload, but it bounces kindly. Parramatta still have it. Madison steps back in field. Beats the tackle. Then Sean Lane, change of direction. 20 out from the line now on tackle 4. The Eels stay short side. Brown grubbers into the end goal area. It pops up for Tommy Turbo, and he surrenders a metre out from his own line. That was a good set from Parramatta, keeping Manly pinned down here. And Regan, Two Dads, charges up and puts a big hit on, and he lets him know about it as well. Regan's gone boom. That was a big hit. Tackle 3. They're 5 out from their own line, and concern here. Some concern here. Ruben Garrick. Aioli Sauce on tackle 4. They're still 10 out from their own line here, Manly. This is a huge set of 6 defensively from Parramatta. 5th and last. They're not even at their own 20-metre line. Cherry Evans gets the kick away. It's a good one. He finds the turf he needed to. But Parramatta will get another set starting here from 40 out from their own line. That was a good charge from Sean Russell. Manly look like they're out on their feet here. Looking very, very good here now, the home side. Oh, and straight over the top goes Tulagi. See, this is why I'm confused, because we've got Taulagi, who I think plays for somebody else, the Cowboys or something. There's a Taulagi. There's Tulagi, who's debuting in the centres today. And off the interchange bench, there's Tulagi. So we've got Tulagi, and Taulagi. Oh, I don't look forward to the Parramatta Eels playing the Cowboys. Ben Trebojevic cops Moses high here, and that's a penalty. Will they take the 2? Take the 2. Points. They tap and go. Of course they do. Ten out from the line here. Tackle 1. Crash ball is set up for Moretti. But they read it well, the Manly defence. Options left and right. From dummy half, though, goes Lussick. He's keen for a try. Give it to Gutho. Where's Gutherson? Brown out on the left. Change of direction. Goes back towards the posts. Puts on a little goose step, Brown, and he nearly scampers through. Tackle 4. Out to the right. Crash ball. And it is Tulagi. Kelma Tulagi scores under the post. Parramatta extend their lead. 24-18, kick to come. What a try that was. And that was off the back of a huge defensive set where they kept the Sea Eagles pinned down inside their own 10-metre line. As the try is confirmed, 24-18, the kick to come from right in front. It's about to be 26. Beautiful play there from the home team. Gutherson converts. It's 26 points to 18. A little bit of a buffer for the Eels. This concerns me. Parramatta can't get comfortable. They've got to keep up this intensity. Do not switch off. Do not invite the opposition back into the game. There's still 20 minutes left. No drop-offs is the name of the game here for the Eels. 20 minutes to go. This will be a real test of character for the Sea Eagles. They haven't really been put under the pump like this so far in season 2024, so we'll see what they've got. What have they got in the tank? Bo Unit, Ahoy there, up the Tigers. What a great win. Ian says, who y'all got winning in the Knights Storm game? I'm going for the Storm. They've changed it up this year, James. It used to be that as soon as kickoff happened, you could go in and you could see who tipped who. But they've changed it up this year. I can't actually see that information until the game's over. I don't know why they've made that change, but solid set of 6 here after points for the Eels. 5th and last, just short of the halfway line. Thank you for the setup, James. The kick is away and taken at the back by Vega. Manly, they need to dig deep here. Lots of tired boys out there. Jake Trebojevic and Aioli Sauce, very slow walking back to their positions. A very, very tight. And look, you could throw a blanket over the attack. This should be a very soft set of 6 for the Eels. As a matter of fact, Cherry Evans gets the kick in on tackle 3. Just trying to turn momentum around for his team. Gutherson collects it in the end goal. They lined him up. He goes to ground. Parramatta have the ball. Oh, Talagi loses it. Aioli Sauce dives on it, and Manly have it. There's the mistake. Manly have the ball back. They needed that. Paseka tries to crash over. Oh, that's huge. Cherry Evans in midfield. Brooks with the inside ball to Waddell. 10 metres short here. Cherry Evans to Paseka. Paseka goes on his own. Tackle 3, 2 metres short. Big, big plays here. Holy moly, Olakuatu. He's close. Two tackles left. Cherry Evans runs across the face of the post, finds Brooks. Brooks holds the pass up for Tommy Turbo, and now the pass to Vega. It's read well by the Parramatta defence. Vega pops it back inside and Mitchell Moses dives on the loose ball. Great defence from the Eels. Perfectly played by Sean Russell, showing how it's meant to be done. You don't race in, you hold your line. Parramatta survive with solid defence. Pluto now with a big run. Chickens, ahoy mate. Tommy Turbo with the kick return. Second half possession, 60% to Parramatta, 40 to Manly. They've been on top this second half, well and truly. Solid defence again in midfield here from the Eels. Aioli Sauce takes it up over the 40 for Manly. Tackle 4. Paseka out the back to Brooks. Brooks inside ball to Tommy T. It opens up for Tommy. He gets the pass away to Kohler, and Kohler will score under the posts. The Luke Brooks Tommy Turbo connection, and Tommy's hurt. He's winded down in back play. Oh, but it just parted. Tommy's hurt. Keep an eye on that. Tommy was hit. 26-22. Kick to come from right in front. The pass from Tommy. That's all right. Oh, hang on. Time off here. The TMO is interjecting. Jake Trebojevic. It's Jake Trebojevic we need to look at here. He's in front of the ball. And he stops in the defensive line, which means Moretti can't get to the play, which is the gap that Tommy Turbo runs through. Tom Trebojevic took advantage of that, and this is going to get scrubbed out. Parramatta survive again. No try. It's quite simple. If you're in front of the play, retreat. If you are in front of the play, retreat. It's as simple as that. Don't just stand there and allow that to happen. 26-18. Take that 4 off the board. Scoreboard attendant. No try. Oh, that's huge. And it's a penalty as well. So Parramatta are going to get themselves even further upfield. Michelle says the Channel 9 commentators are about to have a fit. Oh, well, them's the rules, is what I say to the Channel 9 commentators. Those are the rules. They were simply enforced. And a penalty right out in front. Take the 2. Take the 2. Penalty to the Eels, right in front of the posts. This is a gift 2 points. An absolute gift 2-pointer if they want it. I think they are taking it as well. Oh, no. Are they taking it? We're still awaiting a decision, I think. Yeah, oh, geez, there's only 14 minutes left now, James. We need Gutho to score. Take the tap. Mitchell Moses lining this one up. I love that I've finally been listened to, and they're taking the 2 points, but we're running out of time for that Gutho try. From right out in front, a little bit of distance. He's about 35 out probably on the angle. Strikes it well, right down the middle. Parramatta extend their lead, 28 points to 18. 13 and a half to go. Can we get Gutho over the try line? He's due, surely. Did he score last week? I can't remember. I'm feeling like he's due. Cherry Evans gets us back underway. It's the home side, ever so slightly on top. 13 minutes to go. Offa Hengawe takes the hit up. He hasn't scored at all this year. Okay, he's definitely due then. Definitely due. He'll score the match winner, but unfortunately, that would push you beyond the 1 to 12, James. Manly would need a consolation try. Fifth and last incoming here. There is Gutho. Fifth and last on halfway. Parramatta. Moses stands in midfield, puts it high. How's the chase? Taken by Vega for Manly. They've got 12 minutes. 12 minutes for Manly to turn this around. Nice run by Kohler, trying to get some front football. There's Jake is just hanging around in front of the ball again, and Morgan Harper is caught in field, but they can't get the pass away. Cherry Evans tries to catch the markers napping. Pass back to Aoli Sauce. Aoli Sauce beats one and is tackled on halfway and has lost the ball. Aoli Sauce, I told you, didn't I? He's got the spillage. He's got the dropsies. Aioli Sauce, again, guilty of dropping the ball. 28-18, 11 and a half to go, and Parramatta will have the ball on halfway. Oh, the captain's challenging. Why not, I suppose? Why not? The captain's challenge on the drop ball, claiming that it was knocked out by a Parramatta hand. But it was not. It was certainly not. That is a ridiculous challenge. I don't think Aioli Sauce knew. He knew. He basically gave a shrug of the shoulders like, may as well. We may as well challenge. Why not? What does it matter at this point? Chickens, your prediction is Eels 38, Sea Eagles 24. Well, as long as Gutherson gets over, that'd be all right. Scrum down. Parramatta are racing up out of the line. There was Kohler. Moses can't get the arms free to take advantage of that. Tuolagi, whatever. One of those guys. Up over the 40. Sean Lane, change of direction. Caught on tackle 3. Parramatta looking solid. They really are. Manly look out on their feet. Parramatta look like they've still got a couple of gears left. To be honest, Gutherson to Brown. Brown holds the pass up for Lane. Lane loses it straight into the hands of Tommy Turbo. And Tommy Turbo passes it into Cherry Evans. This is incredible. Throws the pass to Cherry Evans, who wanted nothing to do with it. Well, he was out of the play there, Cherry Evans. He was certainly not ready for the ball. Manly will get the scrum down from the original knock on. 10 minutes left. Manly, what have they got left in the tank? Got a long way to go upfield. 20 out from their own line here on tackle one. Aioli Sauce, he holds it this time. Strong carry. Jakey to Brooks. Tommy Turbo holds the pass up and sets free Vega. Vega dummies the kick. Tackle 3. They're on the attack now. Manly inside the 30. Cherry Evans out to Croker. Brooks is dumped by Dylan Brown. Great tackle. 4th. Cherry Evans, nowhere to go. Tries to lure somebody out of the line. Passes across the face to Waddell. Waddell is caught. 5th and last. 20 out from the line here. Manly, they go open side to Jake Trebojevic, to Paseka. It's the 5th and last. Do they realise? Back to Jake, and now Croker. And somehow they manage to get a kick away. It bounces kindly for them as well. Morgan Harper gets the arms up, gets the ball, but he is tackled in goal. Somehow that's worked out for Manly. It was a shambles, but it's worked out all right for them in the end. I was wondering if anybody was going to realise that it was the 5th and last. The ball kept going to forwards. But that's worked out all right for them in the end. Goal line dropout for Parramatta. Gutherson goes short. It's well placed, but no challenges. Manly have it. 15 out from the line here. 7 minutes, 57 to go. Brooks out the back to Tommy Turbo. He's caught. Moses attacks the ball. 2 in the tackle, Mitchell. Short side play, Waddell. Steps 1. Waddell goes for the line, scores! Don't tell me Corey Waddell has scored out of nowhere. He had no right to get that. 28-22, kick to come from out wide. She's not over yet. Waddell spotted half a gap, runs straight over the top of Gutherson. Penasini there, overran it, and Sean Russell can't get across. Oh, that is a try. Try confirmed, 28-22. What a crucial kick this is from Ruben Garrick. Seven minutes left. There'll be about 6 left on the clock after this conversion. What a crucial kick this is from out wide. Whoa. They looked absolutely out on their feet, Manly. They've found a way to get across the line. Game back on. Ruben Garrick, 3 from 4 today. This about 10 metres in from touch. It's on target. It's on target. It's over. It's 28-24. Tommy GM, who do you guys have for the Storm versus Knights? I'm sticking with the Storm. I can't understand, even without Jerome Hughes and without Cameron Munster, there's still so many quality players there for the Storm. You've still got Pappenhausen. You've still got Coates. Dan Jam, ahoy there, mate. You've still got Nick Meaney. There's still players everywhere for the Storm with enough quality to beat the Knights. Aioli Sauce brings back the kickoff. Tense finish incoming here. 6 minutes to go. 4 points the difference. 28-24 in favour of Parramatta. But Manly suddenly have a new lease of life. Paseka tries to get a quick play the ball away. Brooks spots half a gap. He's nearly gone through. Tackle 3. It's suddenly Parramatta who look out on their feet. And Manly with a new lease of life. 5.5 to go. They're up over halfway. Jake Trebojevic takes tackle 5. 40 out from the Eels line. Cherry Evans standing on this near side. Puts it high into the corner. Pressure on the kick chase. Taken well at the back there, Harper. Nowhere to go. He's caught. But importantly for the Eels, they've got the ball. Yes, Tommy, it's at Newcastle. The game. Racing up out of the defensive line now. Manly. Parramatta are just in hold-on phase. Gutherson takes tackle 5. Moses from inside the 40 gets the kick away. Taken on the full at the back. Tommy T shows and goes almost through. Tom Trebojevic, 4.5 minutes left. Another quick play the ball. Oh, they've got them absolutely skittled here. Manly finishing. Who'd have thought they'd finish the more energetic of the two teams? Oh, a little bobble in midfield there from Nathan Brown. He's put on his back. Parramatta in survival mode here. Jake Trebojevic out the back to Brooks. They've got numbers to the left. Brooks goes on his own. They had an overlap. Brooks went to contact. Tackle 4. Parramatta side of halfway. Croker. Cherry Evans in midfield. The double pump to Tommy Turbo. And an obstruction is run. He had to surrender. 5th and last. Cherry Evans on halfway, puts it high. It's a testing kick. Pressure on this take. Gutherson does well. Extremely well. 3.5 minutes left. Garrick races up out of the line, puts a big hit on Morgan Harper. He's raced up too quickly. He's offside, and that is a relieving penalty. He's firing up now, Ruben Garrick. He can't believe it. He's been called offside. Oh, that's a huge penalty. Parramatta needed that. That is not only going to chew off some time from the clock. Oh, he's a mile offside, Garrick. I don't know what he's blowing up about. A mile offside. Anyway, he's not happy. It's going to chew up some time, and it's going to get some very valuable meters here for the Eels because they suddenly look out on their feet. Talagi taps and goes. 2.5 minutes left. Parramatta ball. 40 out from Manly's line. Gutherson to score the match winner. Come on. They go left. Brown skips back infield. Takes on Aioli Sauce. 2 minutes left. Tackle 3. They're right in front of the post here. 15 metres out. To the right-hand side they go. Campbell Gillard takes tackle 4. In at first receiver is Hopgood. Nowhere to go there. Gets the offload away. There's Campbell Gillard. They keep it alive here, Parramatta. 5th and last. A metre short. They stay short side. Lussick goes on his own. Lussick's over the line. Is he held up? I think so. No risk play there from Lussick. Low risk, high reward. And Manly have literally got to go the length of the field in 1.5 minutes. Tackle 2. They're a metre out from their own line, Manly. 10 metres out now. A good charge forward by Kohler. Lussick loves doing that, says James. In that context of the game, I think that was the right thing to do, though. As Morgan Harper is now caught in field again, Garrick steps back into him. They can't take advantage of it. Tackle 3. Slow release. Slow play the ball. Perfect for Parramatta. Holy moly, Olakau'atu. Up to the 40-metre line. On tackle 4. Quick ball released. Jake Trebojevic in midfield. Brooks runs across field. Links up with Kohler. Kohler tries to put the step on, but Penasini wraps him up. 5th and last. It's all down to this. Brooks has it. Puts it high. That's a huge kick. Pressure on this one. It's taken by Tommy Turbo, and he loses it. Parramatta have it, and that'll be the game. Parramatta have won. 30 seconds to go. They just have to go one out. No risk. Gutherson surrenders. Oh, now it's firing up. Aioli sauce. Here comes the sin bin, James. Here comes the sin bin with 20 seconds left on the clock. Aioli sauce could be going to the bin for striking. He has just lashed out with open palmed hits to Clint Gutherson's face, and Aioli sauce could be sent from the field here with 20 seconds to go. Here it comes. But importantly, Parramatta have got the win. 28 points to 24. 16 seconds left on the clock, and we're going to get a sin bin. That's hilarious. Campbell, Gillard, just like a big bull, comes charging in there to get a piece of aioli. Mac Orchard says, any chance for Manly to win? None at all. Mac, 28-24, 16 seconds left. Parramatta will have the penalty here and the ball. And there is the sin bin. Oh, James called it ages ago. James called the sin bin ages ago. There's going to be a send-off today, he says, or a sin bin. And here it comes with 20 seconds left. Aioli sauce is having a sit down. That's all right. He gets to use all the hot water in the showers. Somebody, I think it was Blocker Roach or somebody, Blocker, one of the old, like the old hard men, the old forwards, told a story about how he used to try. It might have been Paul Sirenen, actually. It might have been Ciro. But somebody told the story about how they used to try and get sent off so that they could go and otherwise all the hot water would be gone in the showers. 28-24, 16 seconds to go. Penalty to Parramatta. What do they do here? Plug it into touch. 8 seconds left. They can just tap it now. One play left. And this is a big win for Parramatta. Penasini taps, kicks it into the stands. Parramatta have won 28 points to 24. Another successful tip. Unfortunately, that's our multis done for the day. I needed Gutho to score. That's our multis done and dusted, unfortunately. But not to worry. That's how it rolls with sports betting. Jimmy Lister, ahoy mate. Yes, Tino, done for the rest of the season. That was a huge test of character for Parramatta as well. Not only the resolve that they showed to come back into the game after a disastrous start, but also to hold on at the end there. That was a real character-building win. Good job by the Parramatta Eels. All right, Waste of Water Sports coming up. Yeah, coming up, like right now. Newcastle Knights, Melbourne Storm. I'm going to go change all the screens over so we've got the correct scoreboard and that up there. And I'll be back. Parramatta get the win here, 28-24. Stay with us here on the Waste of Water Sports. Up next, Newcastle Knights, Melbourne Storm.
of sports, eh?
Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Tedesco's butt crack. Ahoy! He's nearly taken security's head off.
I have no idea what the wasted world of sports is.
Welcome back. The second of a doubleheader here this Sunday ticket. Newcastle Knights, Melbourne Storm. I've gone for the Storm. Now, that reminds me, speaking of going for things, we need to have a look. An update on the Wasted World of Sports tipping competition. After that game that I'm sure was a 50-50 game in the balance. Swinging one way or the other. Wouldn't you know that the only team letting me down for a perfect round so far, my own team, the Sharks. So I'm up to third in the Wasted World of Sports tipping contest. Yes! Up to third. Beautiful stuff. Let's go Melbourne, says Gamer Mel. I'm up to third, Gamer Mel. I've overtaken you. I'm 2 off the lead. Oh, UFC. I've stretched the lead out on you. Muppet says I'm going for the Knights because they're 2 hours south of me. It's as good a reason as any, Muppet. I'm not going to lie. As good a reason as any. Knights, full strength. The Melbourne Storm, under strength. Under strength t-shirts available now from poptillyouDrop.com.au, the official merchandise home of the Wasted World of Sports. Different colours are available. I just put that one up there because it doesn't blend in with the background. The black shirts or the white shirts, they all blend in with the background. So multiple colour varieties are available. Wasted World of Sports under strength. Without Jerome Hughes, without Cameron Munster, obviously an understrength Melbourne Storm, but I'm still backing them for the win here. There's still Harry Grant. There's still Karma Chameleon. There's still Remus Smith, Will Warbrick, Ryan Pappenhausen. Still a solid team. Raymond Taisa. Raymond T says Knights will win. Target score is 28-12. Now, James has a multi on. Same game multi. Ponga, Pappy, and Newcastle win. Mr. Ed's Dead says, I love my shirt. Everyone likes it. Oh, yeah, cheers, Mr. Ed's Dead. Which was the one that you grabbed, mate? Was it under strength? Sione for Ave, no multis on this one. My multis are done for the weekend. As they always say, gamble responsibly. I've done my betting budget for the weekend. Wasted World of Sports in black. Nice. That's the way. Teams are out on the field, ready for this one. Newcastle at home against an understrength Melbourne Storm. They all had different flags. I didn't notice. I wasn't paying attention. Let's get ready to go in this one. Newcastle with the kickoff. We are underway. Melbourne will have first use of the ball. Can't see straight, says Para Waterworms. They got the win. Trying to get the scoreboard to update. There we go. Good set of 6 here for both teams. Defensively for Newcastle. Karma Chameleon takes it on the 5th and last. Just short of halfway. Solid from both teams to start this one. The kick from Pezzett finds the turf. They let it bounce. It sits up at the back and bringing it back to Ala. Good kick return, that one. I need slightly bigger on the team sheet there. Thank you. Yes, perfect. So Melbourne, keep an eye on Jonah Pezzett and Tyron Wishart, the new halves combination. I don't have one on this one, James. I've done my betting budget limit for this weekend. 5th and last here for Newcastle. I had one across both games. I had 4 anytime try scorers, but it was 2 from the last game, 2 from this game. So since Clint Gutherson didn't get over, but I can tell you I did have Pappenhausen in this one as an anytime try scorer. Up towards halfway. Oh, juggled ball there from Melbourne. Does well to reel it back in. Josh King holds onto it on halfway. 5th and last. Pezzett bobbles it now. Gets the kick away. Close to the sideline. Taken on the full there by Jenkins. Back to Ponga. Ponga gets away from 1. Is wrapped up. 20 out in midfield from his own line. Solid start for both teams to this one. A little bobbles of the ball there from Melbourne. We've been seeing that a lot this weekend. I wonder if they've changed the balls. It'd be amazing the effect that has. Just a slight change in the leather or something. Certainly seems to be affecting a few teams. They've got the dropsies this weekend. 5th and last. And when what I mean by saying, oh, that's out on the fall. The kick is out on the fall. There's the first mistake. The first mistake of the game. And it's a kick out on the fall. Opportunity here for Melbourne. Starting the set on halfway. The Melbourne Storm. Jack Cogger just overcooking that one. Karma Chameleon up to the 40. Short side they go. Wishart to Blore. Tackle 3, Melbourne. 22 out. Big open side to the right. Grant is in midfield. Out the back it goes to Pezzett. Pappenhausen in the line. They've created the overlap for Coates, but Bradman Best gets back in cover defense. Scrambles well. And it's tackle 4. They're inside the 10-meter zone here. Melbourne. Pezzett to Grant. To Wishart. Wishart steps back in field. Takes tackle 5. 10 out from the line here, the Storm. From dummy half goes Grant. Out the back, the kick into the in goal is way too heavy. Trent Liero, kicking duties removed from you. Or kicking rights. I'm sure he doesn't have the kicking duties in the first place. The right to kick has been removed from you, Trent Liero. Seven tackle set here for the home team. Ponga down the blind side. Wrapped up in a 2-man tackle. Wishart and Nick Meaney in there. Cogger goes on a dart himself. Some good post-contact meters there from the number 7. Frizzell goes to ground. Let's see how many times I can get Frizzell and Saifidi confused today. Crossland runs from dummy half. They release it now. Kai Pearce-Paul takes tackle 5. They're in distance here. They're in range. Cogger steps, gets the grubber kick in. Pappenhausen is perfectly positioned. Takes it for Melbourne. 6 minutes gone. Stalemate scenario in this one so far. Melbourne, though, have the ball. .30 out from their own line. Both teams just feeling each other out, waiting for the mistake. The big mistake to come. 5th and last. Up towards halfway they go. Solid defense. Pezzett gets the kick straight down the field. Taken by Jenkins. Almost slips there, Jenkins. He's wrapped up and driven backwards in a 3-man tackle. The Knights will start this from their own 20-metre line. He's hurt, Jenkins. Oh, and that's a huge hit put on Tyson Gamble by Harry Grant. Queensland teammates. Tim, ahoy there. Why are the Knights bookies' favourites? Makes no sense. The only reason, Tim, is because they're playing at home and the Melbourne Storm are without Jerome Hughes and Cameron Munster. Jonah Pezzett and Tyron Wishart are the starting halves. That is the only reason that can make sense. The high ball down to Pappenhausen. Runs across field. Takes on the forwards. Frizzell races up and does just enough to get him and slow him down for Gagai. Gagai was not square at marker there. Gets away with it. Pappenhausen backed himself there against the forwards. Both teams just trading sets here. Waiting for something to happen to swing it in their favour. Fifth and last Storm. Again, that same spot, just a couple of metres short of halfway. Pezzett with that exact same kick. Ponga lets it bounce, and it bounces over the end goal. 7 tackle set here for the Knights. I thought Ponga had screwed that up, but actually he did quite well. Probably did the right thing. Always risky letting that ball bounce, though. Beware the bouncing football. That should be a T-shirt, that one, definitely. Beware the bouncing footy. Or beware the second kick. That's another one. Seven tackle set, though, for Newcastle. It worked out for them. So that's a couple of kicks now from Melbourne that have gone over the dead ball line. Up to halfway, almost. Newcastle on tackle 3. This is good meters for them. Crossland to the right they go. Gamble, short pass to Frizzell. Frizzell is wrapped up. They try to drive him backwards, but he's too big a man. He's a big unit. Now dancing around in midfield, Leo Thompson. Nowhere to go. Fifth and last, quick play the ball. Gamble from 30 out. Kicks in over the line. It's taken at the back by Coates. Bumps off Gagai, but is wrapped up by Jenkins. 10 out from their own line. Pappenhausen's caught high here from Crossland, and that will be a penalty. Oh, James says you should do a 420 40-20 play on words shirt. I love it. I bloody love it, James. I took a photo of that so I don't forget. That is fantastic. I love everything about that. Into touch. 20 out. Not a lot of distance on the touch finder. But it is an opportunity to reset and reload here for Melbourne. They will be desperately missing the guidance of Hughes and Munster. It can't be understated how big and out those two players are. One of them, let alone both of them. As they spread it wide, Remus Smith tries to step back in field through a gap. Nothing doing. 40 out here. Pezzett goes out wide to Wishart. Pappenhausen runs across field. Draws in the defence. He's dangerously close to the sideline. Stays in the field of play just on tackle 5. Wishart to Pezzett. Pezzett, 40 out, puts it high. It's a high looping kick. Ponga's under it. Bobbles it. Nearly spills his beans there, Ponga. But Newcastle start this 20 out. It's been 11 minutes of both teams just going set for set at the moment, waiting for a mistake. Who will break first? This is a very mild stalemate of a game at the moment. The only thing we've seen is Cogger put that ball out on the full. Apart from that, both teams just going set for set. 7 from 7 completions from Melbourne. 4 from 5 for Newcastle. And make that 5 from 6 now. 5th and last, Cogger tries again with the high ball. Again, it's out on the full. Cogger, 100% success rate of kicking out on the full with the high ball. Or was it Gamble this time? It was Tyson Gamble this time. I was going to say Cogger has learnt nothing from his last kick, but it is in fact Tyson Gamble this time, putting the ball out on the full. So both halves from Newcastle have had a go. Oh, well, they're trying to show each other up is what's happening. Anything you can do, I can do better. And he certainly did. He put it out on the full way further than Cogger did. Opportunity now for Melbourne. Tackle 3. They're in range. 30 out from the line. Right in front of the post now. 20 out. Pezzett with the inside ball is intercepted. And Newcastle have it back. Well, there was nothing doing there. Just headless play. And yes, as you can see, really missing Jerome Hughes or a Cameron Munster. Off the hook there, Newcastle, without even having a shot fired against them. They stay on the short side, the Knights. Pierce Paul releases the ball to Tuala, who's in some space. Well rounded up by Warbrick. Newcastle, though, 30 out. A couple of tackles up their sleeve. Ponga in midfield. Gamble cuts back inside. Wrapped up on the 5th and last. Doesn't want to take a kick again, I think. It'll go to Cogger. Puts the ball high into the corner. Coates, secure. Takes it. Was he taken in the air, Coates? No. Perfectly timed by Jenkins, says the referee. Pappenhausen, forced to do some hard yards out of territory. He's driven backwards. He's too small for this. Pappenhausen, a good player, but I've always stated too small to be doing carries out of his own end. And he was just picked up and carried backwards there. Good set here from Newcastle on defence. Meany runs crossfield and they're up on him and driving him backwards. This is a huge set of 6 defensively. 5th and last, 11 metres gained only. And now pressure on the kick. Pezzett puts it straight down to Ponga. Traps it with his foot. And quality field position here for Newcastle. Ponga tries to run on the outside of Wishart. He's tackled on halfway. This is a golden opportunity now for Newcastle on the back of a huge defensive set. And we saw that in the last game, didn't we? Parramatta put on a monstrous defensive set of 6 and they scored very shortly thereafter. Front football here for Newcastle. Flat pass to Frizzell. Tackle 4. They're 20 out. Crossland goes short side to Gamble. Gamble dummies, goes on his own. Has the arms free. No one to pass to. 5th and last. Crossland to Cogger in midfield. Crossfield kick out to the left. Tapped backwards for Newcastle. Play on. Cogger's got it. Beware the second kick. Through the hands they go, though. And now the kick from Best. Back in towards the posts. Needs it to pop up. It travels over the dead ball line. Well defended from Melbourne. 7 tackles set for them. This is a bit of a snooze-a-thon at the moment, isn't it? Somebody do something. After the game that we just saw, this is such a step down at the moment, as both teams have spent the first 15 or 16 minutes just feeling each other out. Simple play, both teams. Neither one wants to make a mistake. But it is making for some pretty dull viewing, I've got to be honest. Now the Storm try and release the backs. Pappenhausen to Meaney. Meaney gets the ball back to Pappenhausen. Now it opens up. Oh, and a spilt ball there from big Will Warbrick, I believe it was, cutting back on the angle. He just needed to hold that, and he was in under the sticks. They've bombed a try there, the Storm. Well played there. The interplay from Pappenhausen and Meaney. Oh, Ponga had him wrapped up anyway, I suppose. But still, Pappenhausen probably should have gone on his own there. He set it up. Supported well. Beats Bradman Best. Throw the dummy and go on your own, son. Scrum down for Newcastle. That's the first thing of note that's really happened in the game. I feel like they could have done better there, Melbourne, but still, some great interplay. Pappenhausen and Meaney, some good signs for the Storm moving forward. Gagai takes tackle 1 for Newcastle, 20 out from their own line. All the players really in between the 20-metre lines at the moment. All in midfield. Kai Pearce-Paul, he's a big unit. Crossland with quick play of the ball. Up over halfway. Was that high contact on Adam Elliott? No, says the referee. 5th and last. High into the corner again. Coates takes it. Hit by Gagai. And again, starting deep inside their own territory this set. Pappenhausen in at first receiver. Goes across field to Wishart. Cuts back in field. Almost through. They are creating some space out wide there on the right, Melbourne. That's where they go again. Warbrick up to the 40-metre line. Their own side of halfway, Melbourne. Katoa up to halfway on the 5th and last. Pezzett kicks to the opposite side of the field this time. On the 5th and last. Taken on the full by Tuala. Fires it back in midfield to Ponga, who steps 1 Ponga. He's got the pace. He beats 2. And he's wrapped up in a great legs tackle by Remus Smith. Edits Pro. Ahoy there, mate. Storm got this. Looks like we're in for a low-scoring game. Penalty to the home team for a leg pull. We've seen the crackdown on this all season long so far. Penalty for a cheeky leg pull. And this will bring the Knights back into territory again. The kick to touch just shy of the halfway line. Quality field position for the home team. Saifidi getting involved. Oh, Cogger spots half a gap. It closes quickly. Good tackle there from Karma Chameleon. And he's dropped the ball, Cogger. Oh, he's having a nightmare as Remus Smith is off the field. He does not look well. That will be huge for Melbourne. Big trouble for them too, because who have they got on the bench? Kane Bradley. Chris Lewis. I don't know who would fill in at centre. Jack Cogger having a nightmare to start this game. Melbourne scrum down. 40 out from their own line. Pappenhausen in at first receiver again. Inside ball to Katoa. Who is going to break this game wide open? You would think the obvious candidates would be a Kalen Ponga or a Ryan Pappenhausen. You would have to think. Or a Harry Grant. Josh King, switch of direction. Accidentally copped one there. Not high, says the referee. Peasant, dummy in every which way. Back to Pappenhausen. Gets the offload away to King. And over to Katoa again. Katoa very heavily involved in all the plays so far. Tackle 4 for Melbourne. 30 out from the Knights line. King runs across field. Links with Peasant to Wishart. And there, that answers my question. It's Kane Bradley who's come on for Remus Smith, and he's in touch. Tackled over the sideline, and Newcastle, that's fired them up. That's fired the Knights up. Good defence, just shadowing the Storm over the sideline. Kane Bradley on for Remus Smith. Just dragged onto the sideline. 0 all that remains. 18 minutes gone in this one. Neither team really can get any sort of momentum or get on top. I would say that Newcastle have had the most, dare I say, chances. Just. But yeah, certainly been a dull old game so far as these two teams just trade sets to end the round. Jeez, Karma Chameleon came racing up out of the line there with the shoulder. Ponga with Gagai cutting back in field. Well defended. Sean Bloor makes the tackle. Quick play the ball. Crossland out in midfield is Cogger. Holds the pass up. It's not a good one. It's been lost forward by Warbrick, though, and the Melbourne Storm make the mistake. And Newcastle will have it back. Mel says, come on, Knights. Will Warbrick's got the dropsies today. He's not having a kind day. And the face on Craig Bellamy says it all. Right there. That is not a happy camper. This is probably the best opportunity of the game, though, as Matthew Williams says Knights 13 plus. The best opportunity of the game thus far. 40 out from the line. Full set of 6. Ponga signalling for Jenkins to cut back in field. Is wrapped up Ponga on tackle 1. There is Jenkins. A little bit late, mate. Tackle 2. 30 out from the Storm line. The defensive line is set, though. Thompson takes it to within 20. A few tackles left here. Crossland goes left. Short ball to Saifidi, or is that Kai Paul Pierce? Again, they dummy the crash ball. They go wide. Gagai beats his man. Gagai's on the outside, fighting his way through. Dane Gagai. There's the first try. I'd forgotten about Dane Gagai. I was talking about who the most likely candidates are to break this game wide open. I said Ponga, I said Pappenhausen. I'd forgotten all about the old fella, Dane Gagai. And there he is. An individual effort there. Just too much strength. Fighting his way through. 1 tackle there. He beats his man. 2, 3. 3 defenders. Dane Gagai has just run through 1 and over the top of Coates and Pappenhausen. And that's the first try. Newcastle lead 4-0. They just have very similar hair, DJ Shaq. So when you see the angle, the wide shot on the camera, it's very hard to tell the two of them apart. They have very similar skin tone and hair color, and it's very confusing. And they are both big men. Big men, both of them. But yeah, Kai Paul Pierce, he's a monster. We're seeing some big bodies come through, aren't we, in the NRL? There's that big fella. There's that big fella that plays for the Broncos. There's the big fella that plays for the Sharks. Now there's the big fella that plays for Newcastle. There are some big, big, monstrous bodies. As Kalen Ponga bends this one back. Conversion successful. Newcastle leads 6 points to 0. G. Ransfield, ahoy there. Frizzell for the multi. Yeah, he had players on him though, DJ Shaq. I couldn't see the number, so that didn't help me either, I'm afraid. Remus Smith definitely suffering some sort of rib injury there. I don't think he'll be coming back. As a shortish kickoff, that's something a little bit unusual. Ponga races back and collects it for Newcastle. Yeah, I can't see Remus Smith being back for sure, DJ Shaq. That looked bad. Some more injury concerns and a reshuffle for Melbourne. We haven't seen teams respond well to reshuffles, have we? So, worrying signs there. That's Pierce Paul. Okay, there we go. Pierce Paul. That's Frizzell with the offload of Ponga. Was it touched by Melbourne? Ponga beats one. Steps away from another. Up to halfway on tackle 5. Cogger bobbles the ball. Gets the kick away. Just. It's straight down the throat of Pappenhausen. Fires the pass across to Coates. Coates lines them up. He's taken 20 out from the Storm line here. Bradley on the field for Remus Smith. Pappenhausen now again. Oh, he's caught high there, Pappy. It's okay, says the referee. Melbourne just one out as they try and clear their own line here. Alec McDonald takes 5th and last. In that same spot, Pezzett now. A little grubber kick through for Wishart. He gets a toe on it. He completely air swings the second attempt, and Newcastle dive on it. Well, they're trying some things here, Melbourne, but it's just not coming off. And now a penalty to boot for offsides. Newcastle are now well on top, I would say. You've got to say Newcastle well and truly on top now. As this kick into touch takes them 40 out from the Storm line. Frizzell. Mel says, imagine if the Knights do what the Tigers did to the Sharks. Well, then at least my team wouldn't be the only one with some soul searching to do. As Gamble bobbles the ball in midfield, manages to recollect it. And so Daniel Saifidi is taken in midfield. Ponga steps, gets the arms free. Crossland in support. Tackle 3, 10 out from the line. Ponga's looking dangerous. Goes from dummy half. Huge cutout pass across the face of the line. And Tuala dives over, unmarked. Newcastle lead 10-0. They're having a day out now, the Knights. 10 points to 0, kick to come. Warbrick left his wing exposed. Ponga took full advantage. I was just saying how dangerous he's starting to look, Kalen Ponga, and then he goes and sets up a try. Newcastle on a roll. Melbourne. Some worrying signs there for an understrength Melbourne Storm team. The try out wide. And Newcastle, at the moment, justifying the bookmakers' decision to have them as favourites. Melbourne haven't looked likely at all. And Newcastle have just clicked into gear. Back-to-back tries in the space of, what, about 8 minutes? 10-0 kick to come. I'll find out the answer to that question. Yeah, 5 minutes. 5 minutes between the two tries. Ponga from out wide. With the conversion attempt. It's on target, Ponga. Oh, he can do no wrong today. Kalen Ponga. The conversion from the sideline. It's 12 points to 0. Newcastle well on top. This is incredible. The Knights justifying the bookmakers thus far. After a slow start for both teams, Newcastle have just clicked into gear. 10 minutes to go until half-time. Melbourne, I would not want to be walking down those sheds to confront Craig Bellamy. And again, that kickoff holds up. I'm wondering if there's a breeze. And how much is that breeze worth, if that's the case? Because that's the second kickoff in a row now where that ball appears to have just held up. Just hanging in the air. Big 10 minutes here from Melbourne. They need to hold on. They can't leak any more points. It's critical for their game. Best runs over halfway. Fifth and last now for Newcastle. 9 minutes till the break. Cogger has it in midfield. Puts it high for the corner. Not a lot of distance, but it does put pressure on Coates. And Coates does extremely well to hold on to that one. Kane Bradley back there for a head up. Kane Bradley, of course, on for the injured Remus Smith. Remus Smith will not be back, I dare say. I don't know if that's been confirmed yet, but it's not looking likely that he'll be back. He's probably broken a rib. Not good news there for Melbourne. And again, Melbourne, they're going to finish this set. Through the hands they go, though. Pezzett holds it up. Gets up over halfway. Wishart will slot into first receiver to do the kicking. Puts it high, and yeah, there is definitely a breeze there. You can see that hold up. Tap backwards from Melbourne. Can they get a second kick away? It's back with Harry Grant. Grant, they get 6 again, Melbourne. Okay, Pappenhausen just says, calm things down then. Let's calm it down. A full set of 6. Here's an opportunity for Melbourne. And a 6 again, so it's still tackle 1. 20 out from the line. Can the Storm strike? Pezzett out the back to Pappenhausen. There's Nick Meaney, has to step back in field. Good defense from the Knights. Wishart in at first receiver. Nobody to pass to there for the arrow. And it's tackle 2. 5 out in front of the post. And he's lost the ball. Trent Liero, there's an error. Newcastle are pumped up. The mistake in the play the ball. Newcastle off the hook. 7 minutes to go till halftime. They have the scrum down, 10 out from their own line. And that was really, really scrappy. Tackle 2. They had 4 more shots at it, Melbourne. And Craig Bellamy, he can just sit in the coach's box and bite his lip. He will not be a happy man. Even with the outs, there's no excuse for that. 19 missed tackles for Melbourne. That sums up their half, really. 6.5 to go until a much-needed break. Daniel Siafidi takes tackle 3. Forward from dummy half there from Crossland. Gets away with it. This is better defense, though, from Melbourne. Frizzell is rattled and driven backwards. 5th and last, Newcastle. 23 metres only. They gained off that. Ponga kicks from his own 30. It'll be taken on the fall by Pappenhausen at the back. And that was a good set of 6 on defence from Melbourne. Pappenhausen steps 1. Is caught by the cover defence. 30 out. It's a long way to go upfield for Melbourne. Can they strike before the break? Lined up out to the right. Pappenhausen. Switch of direction for Katoa. Katoa fights through. Still going. Great post-contact meters there, Katoa. They're 30 out from the Knights line now on tackle 4. Oh, and he's dropped the ball now, Peasant. There's a knock on. Another mistake from Melbourne. Craig Bellamy is going to break something up there in the coach's box in a minute. And just simple errors. 5 minutes to go to halftime. A halftime break that cannot come soon enough for the Melbourne Storm. They are going to get absolutely torn to shreds by Craig Bellamy. They'll come out a different team in the second half, don't you worry. They just need to get to halftime with no more damage done. 4.5 minutes to hold on and get to the break. And then they can cop their butt kick in by Craig. They'll come out in the second half a different team, but you just get the feeling another try, it might be a bridge too far. 3 tackles left here. Through the hands, Ponga to Best. Best had an unmarked player outside him. He cut back in field, went on his own, and he loses the ball now, Bradman Best. But they win the penalty. Newcastle get the penalty. They'll take the 2 here, surely, just to stretch that lead out beyond the 2 converted tries. Although it's not an easy kick. They probably want more tries, Newcastle, to well and truly put this one to bed. 3.5 minutes to go. They will take the 2. Kalen Ponga has stepped up to take the 2. I feel like they're just always against me in rugby league. See, rugby union, I pretty much nail it every single time. When I say take the 3, they step up and take the 3 more often than not. In rugby league, it always seems to be the opposite of what I say. An opportunity here, though, for Kalen Ponga to take the 2. Stretch the lead out. Not an easy kick. I mean, it's not the most difficult kick either. It's a bit of a mid-range kick, I would say. It's not easy. It's not hard. It's just, it should be kicked. And Ponga makes no mistake. He can do no wrong today, Kalen. 14 points to 0. Newcastle. 2.5 minutes to go until halftime, and a much-needed rest for the Melbourne Storm. And a much-needed kick up the pants. This year, will I stream State of Origin? Most likely. Chickens? More than likely. It looks like I'm going to lose one back. Lose one back here on the tipping comp. 2 minutes to go till the halftime break. Slow play the ball here for Newcastle. I'm surprised it wasn't a penalty. Melbourne, they've failed at their assignment of getting to halftime with no more points leaked. A minute and a half to go. 5th and last. Newcastle. Just outside their own 40. And now a mistake. A mistake in the play the ball. And Adam Elliott is hurt. There's a minute to go. Melbourne will get one set of 6 in attacking range and probably not a full set of 6. They need to pack their scrum down. Time is off now. 50 seconds left on the clock. So they're going to have a few tackles to try and jag one back here as time is stopped for Adam Elliott to get some treatment. But this would be massive if they scored a try here. Not really enough time to mount anything. They're going to have to throw caution to the wind right from the word go here. Time is back on. Here's Pezzett on the short side, out the back to Pappenhausen. Pappenhausen steps Gagai, loses the ball. Newcastle have it. Well, that sums up this first half for Melbourne. And Craig Bellamy throws his head back in disgust. But that really does sum up their first half. A simple dropped ball. 20 seconds to go till the halftime break. Melbourne's 7th error for the game. Melbourne don't often make 7 errors across a full 80 minutes, let alone 7 in the one half. And now a big lineup to the left here and dropped ball from Bradman Best. A scrappy end to the first half. But what a half it's been for the home side. Newcastle 14 points to 0. Leading the Melbourne Storm here. Craig Bellamy's got a lot of work to do in those changing rooms. I expect them to come out a completely different team, though. I really do. They are going to cop an absolute serving. One-way traffic here in Newcastle. 14 points to 0 to the home team. Very, very dominant display so far for the Newcastle Knights. All right, Wasted World of Sports. Going to have a quick break, and we'll be back for all the second half action after this. Wasted World of Sports, welcome back. 14 points to nil. Newcastle. The bookmakers had it right, it seems. It's been one-way traffic. The home side well and truly on top. Incredible scenes, really. I don't think I've ever seen. Now, obviously, they're under strength. They've got a couple of really key outs, but I don't think I've ever seen a Melbourne Storm team just look so inept. It's the only word I can come up with for it. A disastrous performance. A lot of soul searching going on in that changing room right now. Big second half is going to be needed, to say the least. Trailing by 14. For Newcastle, well worth the lead. Ponga's looked threatening. Have to be first to score, Melbourne, in the second half. If there's any sort of positives... Game of Mel. It's all right. If there's any sort of positives to come out of it, look what happened in the last game. Manly had Parramatta absolutely cut to ribbons. Manly were leading 14-0. Parramatta just simplified their game, got themselves back on top, ended up getting the win at the end. Now, obviously, they started doing it a lot sooner than half-time, but still, 14 points can be run down pretty quickly in a game of footy. So all is not lost, but I would dare say if Newcastle score the first try, we could be talking about game over. Melbourne, the assignment is simple. They have to be the first team to score. There's no question about it in my mind. Phoenix Crossland is very impressive, future New South Wales hooker. Well, first of all, let's find out, because I thought he was a Queenslander. Oh, he's a Kiwi. Well, there you go. I was very wrong. He's a Kiwi. Well, I was way off. Time to start thinking about dinner. I'm leaning towards Korean tonight. I might... I tried to do it at half-time, actually. I was eyeing off the options at half-time. Do a sneaky little Uber Eats order. Big second half needed here for Melbourne. Oh, man, I'm also extremely tired. It's been a big weekend. Thursday night, Broncos, Panthers. I did both the games on Friday. I don't normally do both. We did all the games on Saturday. Both the games today. Very, very tired. I'll sleep well tonight. Especially after a nice big feed. $1,649 subscribers now for the Wasted World of Sports. Thank you very much, everyone, for that. I feel like just the other day we were talking about 1,500 and it's just exploded. it wasn't that long ago, I don't think. A week or so, a week or two back, I was talking up the 1,500. Still can't believe what happened in the Formula One. That's fantastic. Nothing like Max Verstappen with a DNF. Egg 4567, ahoy. Eels came through like always. They certainly did there. The Eels getting the win, which was fabulous news for me and the Wasted World of Sports tipping contest. I needed that victory. The Ivan Storm says only 0.01% chance, still makes me still here. A nice quick try in the second half, Ivan. And it'll be all right. They absolutely have to score first in the second half, though. I think that goes without saying. And here we go for the second half. Melbourne, Harry Grant leading them down the sheds. You can only imagine, to be a fly on the wall in the changing rooms to hear what Craig Bellamy said and see what he did. He would have blown up big time over that performance. The home side out onto the field now. One thing to say about Newcastle is they're a bit like the Warriors, aren't they? A very different team at home. You would much rather have the Knights away. And it looks like Newcastle will get first use of the ball in the second half as well. Pappenhausen kicking off. So Newcastle with the first opportunity. No, that's not my account. I was wondering about the avatar. All of my official accounts have the spanner next to them. Newcastle with the ball. Daniel Saifidi. Oh no, it's got. See, I told you I'd get the Saifidi boys mixed up. I knew it would happen. Tackle 4 here, Newcastle. Up towards halfway they go. Frizzell takes the fifth and last. Right on halfway. Back to Gamble. Puts it high. Not a lot of distance. Moving forward and taking it as Pappenhausen threatens the offload. Don't do it. That would have been a risky offload if he went for it. Coates now with a head up. Very important for Melbourne to just get through their sets and score first. And a big run here from Moe. I don't know his name. How do I pronounce that? Moeroa. Maroa. Fifth and last Melbourne. 40 out from the line. High ball. Pressure on the kick chase. Ponga does well. Almost steps through some unsuspecting defenders. But Melbourne, they did what they needed to do there. They got through their first set. Tackle 3 now, Newcastle. This second half starting off much like the first one did, with a stalemate. The teams going set for set, and then eventually the wheels fell off for the Melbourne Storm at the back end of the half. Fifth and last, Newcastle on halfway. Solid enough. Gamble gets the kick in. Pappenhausen takes it at the back. Gets the offload away this time to Coates. Coates is wrapped up by Jenkins. Tried to shrug him off. And then Gagai gets in to support the tackle. $14-0. No change to the halftime score. Big run there from Warbrick up to the 40. Quick play. The ball almost overrunning it there. Sean Blaw. Over halfway they go. Big post-contact meters there. They're up to the Newcastle 40. Good run there from Blaw. Fifth and last. Melbourne. They're 30 out. Pezzett will put it high. Jenkins moves forward, and it's taken by Melbourne, but that's the fifth and last. It'll be handover ball. It was well taken in the air by Kane Bradley, but fifth and last handover. Newcastle have it back. 10 out from their own line. Down to the sidelines we go with Darcy McDonald, who looks like she belongs on home and away. Not sideline commentating footy games. Newcastle in midfield. Gamble to Ponga. Ponga out the back to Gagai. Gagai puts the step on. Takes on Pezzett. Shrugs him off. Pezzett comes back at him. Tackle 4. Good play here from Newcastle. They're on the attack again. Cogger steps well, and then caught on tackle 5. 25 out from the line midfield. Ponga's over here on the left, puts the chip in over the top, taken on the full by Pappenhausen, who now runs back and beats Ponga. Warbrick shrugs off 1, shrugs off 2, backs into the third one and beats him. Great run there from Warbrick. And he was taken high. It's a penalty for Melbourne. Will Warbrick, that's the sort of run they need more of. Shrugging off Frizzell. That's huge. You don't normally see Frizzell get bumped off like that. Two balls on the field. Melbourne will start this on halfway. What can they come up with? Muppet says that Jet Lawrence got third in the Supercross today. He made a mistake in the sand and hit Guy in second. Trent Liero takes tackle 3. Melbourne, a chance to attack here. Grant with quick play of the ball. Runs from dummy half, links up with Wishart. Well defended, though, by Newcastle. Holding their line firm. Pezzett at the back to the arrow. Knocked on by Pappenhausen. Knocked on by Pappenhausen. Another simple mistake here from Melbourne. They just can't put Newcastle under any pressure. Simple ball handling, letting them down. Scrum down it will be. Newcastle ball. Oh, Melbourne. I've never seen them play like this. Unfortunately for the Storm, the second half has started much like the first half. Simple errors as big Kai Paul Pierce, or the other way around, Kai Pierce Paul takes the hit up for Newcastle. Racing up out of the line in defence there. I think that was Harry Grant. He has a tendency to do that. Newcastle are backing themselves down that right-hand edge. And now they spill the ball on halfway. A simple handling error from Adam Elliott, who's also had the dropsies. That's his second mistake of the game. Well, there was no play the ball there from Frizzell either, so Melbourne could have had this ball back either way. The crackdown on play the balls is obviously over. Scrum down here for Melbourne on halfway. How many more opportunities will they need before they can strike? Wishart goes to ground. Tackle 1, 45 out. Just one out stuff. Old McDonald gets his legs all bent out of shape there. Harry Grant in to save the day. Liero on the short side. Wishart just passes it on to Katoa. Wishart again to Liero in midfield. Tackle 5. Not really offering much in attack here, Melbourne. Pezzett with the kick. Into the end goal it goes. It's lost forward, and finally a mistake from Jenkins. And Ryan Pappenhausen will score. And finally, for Melbourne, they're over the line. 14 points to 4. Kick to come. Pezzett overcooked it a little bit with this kick. Jenkins needed to do better there, though, still. That was very important. Melbourne needed to be the first team to score in this second half, and they get it done. 10 minutes it's taken them. As the try is confirmed, and that just brings them back into this game. A much-needed try for the Melbourne Storm. Nick Meaney with the conversion. Not an easy kick. About 10 metres in from touch. On his favoured side for a right foot kicker. He hangs it out to the right. It hooks back. It bends back right over the middle. 14 points to 6. Melbourne. Will that be the trigger for Melbourne to get back into this game? .29.5 minutes left. Plenty of time left. Very important, though, that they scored first in that second half. Critical as Ponga gets us back underway. Game of Mel, party times. Ivan says, come on, boys. That was very important, and they needed to do it early, and they did. They had to be first. Game back on. I'm not yet convinced, but we'll see. It was a good start. They've done what they've needed to do so far in this second half. Up over the 40. Good set of 6 here after points. McDonald. Up over halfway, 5th and last. Pezzett on that short side again. They're going to target Jenkins once more. Although this kick's more infield and Ponga takes it without any issue at all. Runs on his own, Ponga, and is driven backwards. Good defence in the midfield. Slow to get back here, Newcastle. So there'll be a couple of one-out hits, and this will be a penalty to Newcastle. Oh, that's unnecessary stuff there from Melbourne. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not convinced yet. That was just silly and unnecessary. Giving away the penalty, giving away the field position. Newcastle can start this set now. Inside Melbourne territory. Sonny the Bunny Boy, ahoy there. Another flat pass from Crossland from dummy half. There's Saifidi. Takes it to within 30. On the attack again now. Newcastle. Ponga out the back. Tapped on by Gagai. Jenkins with one to beat. And Peasant makes the tackle. Very important tackle there. 10 out from the line. Newcastle looking likely here. Cogger. Change of direction to Daniel Saifidi, who spills the ball now, Saifidi. And they won't get to the fifth and last. They won't get the kick away. And it wasn't even Saifidi, it was Kai Pearce-Paul. Kai Pearce-Paul got the big arm free, and I'm afraid they're going to lose this one. They'll be losing this captain's challenge. Oh, they might win this challenge, actually. No, challenge unsuccessful. And Melbourne off the hook. There was a chance that one could have gone the way of Newcastle. I thought they were going to blow a homer. Kai Pearce-Paul. Simple error there on the attack. Scrum down, though, for Melbourne. They're not off the hook yet. 10 out from their own line. Coates is dumped backwards in the tackle. Gagai and Lucas. I think there's majority Storm supporters in the chat room. Sonny the Bunny Boy. Not making a lot of meters here. Good defense from Newcastle. Tackle 4. Only as far as their own 30-meter line here, Melbourne. Pappenhausen skips through. Pappenhausen goes straight up the middle. Where's the support? It's knocked forward now from Nick Meaney. Oh, what is going on here with the Melbourne Storm? The pass was not crisp. It was behind Nick Meaney. He had to reach back for it, and he drops it. What is going wrong here for Melbourne? Pappenhausen did all the hard work, created the space, made the line break. And another simple drop ball. Newcastle will have the scrum on halfway, and it is just all going chaotically wrong for Melbourne today. 14 points to 6 it remains. Tackle 2 on halfway. Oh, that was a huge error. The pass was not good, but you've still got to catch those. Ponga now driven to ground. Tackle 3 inside Melbourne territory. Winning the territory battle again. Racing up, Harry Grant misses the tackle again. Quick play the ball and space out on the right. Frizzell heads that way. Gets the offload back. But Cogger, change of direction. Fifth and last. 20 out from the line. Ponga has it. And it's lost forward by Newcastle. Scrappy from both teams. The Knights now just dropping down to Melbourne's level. 14 points to 6, 23 and a half to go. Melbourne have it. Their own 20-metre line. It's been a scrappy old game. Warbrick with a big run. Off the back fence. Quick play the ball. Grant, it opens up for him. Space for Wishart. Pappenhausen roams around in support. Wishart dummies and is tackled. Great cover defense, but they're 10 out now. The gaps are starting to appear. Grant back in field to Pappenhausen. Swivels out of one, but a great hit. 6 again, though. They've got a full set here, Melbourne. Wishart out to Pezzett in midfield, and they just settle things down here with Chris Lewis. You just feel the momentum swinging in this one. If Melbourne can just get their sets together, they are starting to tear the Newcastle defensive line to pieces. Pezzett out the back to Wishart. Pappenhausen's up in the line again. Meaney puts the step on. Shrugs off best. Beats Cogger. Is wrapped up 5 metres out from the line. Grant from dummy half. Waste of a tackle there. 5th and last. Pappenhausen into dummy half. Fires it back. Wishart's got it. Puts the ball up. They're all offside there. Warbrick gets it. It's knocked on by Melbourne. Still 5th and last. Meaney's caught. It spills out the back. Beware the second kick. Warbrick. It's a shocker. It's a wobbly hold one. And it's tapped back and dived on by Newcastle. Well, that was messy. Craig Bellamy can't believe it. He's up. Bellamy's up in the coach's box. He's furious. A real waste of a set there from the Storm. But some alarming signs here for Newcastle because Melbourne, a couple of easy line breaks. Their superstars are starting to stand up and create opportunity. 5th and last now, Newcastle, short of the halfway line. Gamble puts the kick in. It's low. Just kicks it for the corner. And he finds touch. 21 minutes to go. Melbourne. It's certainly not as efficient as you normally expect them to be, but they're really starting to create some opportunity now. G. Ransfield says Frizzell for the multi. Big defense here in midfield. Newcastle. Karma Chameleon draws in 3 defenders, 3 big bodies. Nick Meaney, just one out stuff at the moment. Melbourne looking for another opportunity. Short pass right on the defensive line. It was a hospital ball, and Liero is crunched on tackle 4. Over halfway they go. 5th and last, though. On the short side, Pezzett waits, puts it high. Can they get through and contest? They won't. Ponga takes it. Uncontested at the back. Steps Karma Chameleon, who grabs hold of him by the pants. Cops one in the eye too, Karma Chameleon. Important set of 6 here. 18 minutes left. Trailing by 8. Important to keep the Knights locked down here. Jenkins is taken, tackle 4. 30 out from their own line, Newcastle. Thompson, good run. 5th and last, just short of halfway. Gamble again on the short side. This time he goes high. Taken on the full by Pappenhausen. Runs back towards midfield. He's lined up and hit, and Pappenhausen has lost a lot of yards there. Why he ran across field, I don't know. Rather than starting this set 30 out from their own line, Pappenhausen runs across field and they start at 15 out. Good work there from Newcastle's defence. There has been another pants grab today. Yes, Ivan. A couple of players have lost their pants, actually, in this game. Well, Karma Chameleon's busted open. They'll have a look at him in back play as it's fifth and last now. They don't even get up to the halfway line, Melbourne. That was a huge set defensively from Newcastle. Pezzett kicks high. It's going out on the full, this one. Pezzett puts it out on the full. Much like Newcastle in the first half. The Breeze picked it up and took it over the sideline, and that's a huge mistake. A terrible couple of sequences of play here from Melbourne. In all honesty, just not good enough. Somebody please do a welfare check on Craig Bellamy at this point. 18 minutes to go. Newcastle have been presented a golden opportunity here to wrap this game up. What can they come up with? Gamble out the back to Cogger, to Ponga. Dummies and goes on his own. Ponga beats one. Is then taken down on tackle 3. They're 10 out from the line here, Newcastle. Big line up to the left, and now they've got numbers. Pierce Paul steps back in field and goes on his own. Couldn't get those big arms free. Tackle 4, 10 out. Pressure on Melbourne here. Leo Thompson goes on his own. Fifth and last, a metre short. Big numbers to the right here for Newcastle, and that's where they go. Gamble with the short pass. And he's tackled well. Dylan Lucas. No. Newcastle, they had numbers to burn on the right. That is a huge let-off for the Storm. That is a massive let-off. 17 minutes to go. 8 points the difference. Another good run there from Big Will Warbrick. From dummy half, Grant catches some lazy markers. Flat pass to Wishart. Tackle 4. Just short of halfway. The patched up Karma Chameleon goes on a big run. 40 metres out from Newcastle's line. Fifth and last. Pezzett in midfield puts it high. He'll make sure this one doesn't go anywhere near the sideline. And Jenkins takes it on the full. Beats 2. Jenkins almost gets away. Newcastle start this set on their own 20-metre line. 10 metres in from touch. Gagai with a hit up. Gamble in at dummy half. Finds Ponga in midfield. And there's Tuala, who's been kind of quiet tonight, apart from his try. Shiafidi up over halfway. On tackle 4. Good metres there. Cogger to Pierce Paul. Goes on his own again, the big fella. Fifth and last. 30 out from Melbourne's line. Winning the territorial battle again here, Newcastle. Cogger puts it high. Pressure at the back. Pappenhausen moves forward. Pappenhausen's had his legs taken out. He's hurt himself here, Pappy. He's up. He's all right. We're going to see. This will be a penalty to Melbourne, I suspect. Oh, it has to be a penalty. Penalty, Melbourne. He just got it a little bit wrong there. The Newcastle chaser. Leo Thompson. Oh, and that's... Oh, he's fallen awkwardly. Pappenhausen, though, to his credit, he's up and about. He came crashing down to earth. Penalty to Melbourne. Nothing more in it. Leo Thompson goes on report, though. Through the hands early. Pappenhausen out the back. to Kane Bradley. It's well read by Newcastle. Blore, well read by Saifidi. Grant goes from dummy half. Links up with Pezzett. Pezzett gets the arms free and they've lost it again. They've dropped the ball again off the offload. Harry Grant claiming an early tackle. Craig Bellamy is so angry up in the coach's box. We've got a captain's challenge for the call of knock on. Obviously, they're not challenging the knock on. They're suggesting there was an early tackle on Kane Bradley here, the support runner, who dropped it cold. Well, there's no one even within cooey of him. I don't know what a waste of a challenge. DJ Shaq, welcome back. I think they've just burnt their challenge here, Melbourne. That'll be their captain's challenge done. Oh, the challenge is successful. There we go. The challenge is successful. There was a player tackled without the ball. Oh, yeah, Pappenhausen taken out in back play after he passed it. Fair enough. I was looking elsewhere. I was following the ball, but the challenge was for the penalty in back play. DJ Shaq, Leo Thompson's on report for taking Pappenhausen out in the air as he was contesting a high ball. Sione Fave, Storm with a lot of costly errors. Oh, they've been shocking, haven't they? But still, somehow they're holding on to a thread of hope here. 14 points to 6. 14 and a half to go. How crucial will that 2-pointer be come the end of this one? 14 points to 6, 14 minutes to go. Melbourne have it. 20 out from Newcastle's line. Karma Chameleon draws in 4 defenders. Stays alive too, Karma Chameleon. Post-contact meters. Grant spots some lazy markers. Trying to get a 6 again. Doesn't get the call. Karma Chameleon into dummy half. Pezzett in midfield to Wishart. Flat pass and dropped by Katoa. Another error. The Melbourne Storm just have not put it together today. Another mistake. Somebody please check on Craig Bellamy. Please, I am very concerned about his health. Thirteen and a half minutes to go, and Melbourne just can't get anything put together here tonight. Simple errors. Gagai's now picked up and dumped in a tackle. 13 minutes to go. Mind you, Newcastle haven't been that much better in this second half anyway. So I don't think this is suddenly a resurgence for the Knights. They'll be very happy to get the win, but it's been far from convincing. That's for sure. 5th and last now, Newcastle on halfway. Look for Gamble to just kick to the corner. Puts it high into the corner. They'll chase well. Pappenhausen moves forward, takes it. And Melbourne will start this set 22 out from their own line. Big defense on Coates. 12 minutes to go. Grant goes from dummy half. It's Redwell, and he is dumped on his head. Short side with Wishart. Inside to Katoa. Back to Wishart. In midfield, Pezzett has it. Straighten it up, boys, is the call. And straighten it up they do. Chris Lewis goes over halfway on tackle 4. Grant from dummy half again. Pezzett to Karma Chameleon. 5th and last. They stay on the short side. Pezzett, they've had some success down here. Puts it high. Contestable. It's taken by Tyson Gamble, who surrenders in the tackle. 11 and a half minutes to go. Newcastle ball. Stepping through the gap almost is Tuala. Just holding on to him was Karma Chameleon. Quick play of the ball. Tackle 4, just short of halfway. Ponga has it. Skips across the face of the defence, 5th and last, halfway again. Who's got that? Dylan Lucas has got it on the 5th and last. Puts a nice little kick in behind the line. Pappenhausen now tries to get away from Gagai. Gagai swallows him up. Plays the ball to nobody. Oh, they just get there in time, Melbourne. Coates has his pants pulled down. It's another pantsing out there this weekend. Warbrick on a big run. Up to the 40. 10 and a half minutes to go. Josh King gets the offload away. Pezzett steps. Flat pass. Bloor taken on tackle 4. Some front football here for Melbourne. They stay on the short side. Pappenhausen back in field to nobody, and Newcastle get it. I can't believe what I'm seeing out here from Melbourne tonight. Miscommunication everywhere. Melbourne had the front foot ball. This is incredible. Inside the last 10 minutes, and Melbourne are just making a mess out of everything. 6 again now to Newcastle. You just get the feeling. You get the feeling it's not going to happen today for Melbourne. Big charge up over halfway. Tackles up their sleeve. They can put this one to bed now, Newcastle, with 9 minutes to go. Geez, there's been some results in these opening 3 rounds, hasn't there? Ponga holds the pass up. Best steps Warbrick. Runs back in field. They're 10 out from the line now. 2 tackles left. Ponga runs it to the line. Cutout pass is dropped. Backwards, says the referee. Tackle 5. Cogger's in at dummy half. They run it. Gagai puts the grubber kick in behind. It's going to sit up. Pappenhausen needs to play at it. And this will be a goal line dropout. And it's just all chaos out there for Melbourne on attack and defence. Goal line dropout. I've never seen a Melbourne Storm team look this flat, this clueless. As Newcastle have it. 20 out from Melbourne's line. Oh, he's knocked it on. Jenkins has knocked it on. 8 minutes to go. And how crucial was that 2-pointer? Because honestly, if it's still 12 points to 6, how critical was that 2 points that Newcastle took before the break? 7.5 minutes to go. Eight points the difference. Melbourne with the scrum down. 20 out from their own line. Gagai races up and puts a hit on. Good defence here from Newcastle. Josh King up to the 40. And honestly, Newcastle, with the amount of mistakes and the gifts that they've received here, as it opens up now for Wishart. Held on by the pants by Leo Thompson. Tackle 4. Pezzett has Kane Bradley cutting back into midfield. 5th and last it is. Grant goes from dummy half to Pezzett. Pezza puts it high. There's not really a chase on it. Ponga will lose the ball. Kalen Ponga's knocked it on. A penalty, though, for inside 10. Oh, can they challenge that call? I don't think they can. Oh, they can. The penalty for in front of the kicker. The captain's challenge has been launched. Kalen Ponga finally makes a mistake at the back, and Harry Grant's been pinged for offside. Yes, he's offside. And that's the waste of a challenge. And that just caps off the night for Melbourne. That has really summed up their night. A mistake finally comes, and they're offside. 5.5 minutes to go. Newcastle spill the ball. What a scrappy old game this has been from both teams. 0 tackle on halfway here. Melbourne. They're being kept just with a sniff in this one. 5 minutes to go. Pretty much have to score off this set of 6. Pappenhausen in the line to Meaney. Meaney takes on Bradman Best. Gets away from him. Gets it back into midfield. Pezzett. Karma Chameleon. Tackle 2 now. 5 minutes left. 20 out from the Newcastle line. Grant. Dummies blindside. Goes open. Pezzett will be wrapped up in midfield. Tackle 3. Just really, really clunky attack. And I suppose that happens when you've got 2 new halves. Wishart dummies and goes straight through. Wishart will score beside the post. It's game on. Tyron Wishart. Out of nowhere, Melbourne suddenly 14 points to 12. It's about to be with 4.5 to go. And as I said, how crucial will that 2-pointer be by the end of the game? Out of absolutely nowhere. The dummy from Wishart stands up Ponga. 14 points to 10. Kick to come from right beside the post. Oh, don't go anywhere. Conversion successful. 14 points to 12. 4 minutes to go. We suddenly have an intense finish lined up for this one. Out of nowhere. Newcastle with the restart. Pappenhausen takes it. DJ Shack says this is where the penalty goal might become the winner. What a big call it was, too. Karma Chameleon with 3.5 to go. Tackle 3. Pezzett at the back to Wishart. Pappenhausen inside ball to the arrow. Well read by Newcastle. Grant goes from dummy half. Spills the ball. Harry Grant. Newcastle have it. And Cogger is wrapped up on halfway But that's a big dropped ball, that one. 3 minutes left, 0 tackle. Two minutes 50 to go. Newcastle ball. 40 out from Melbourne's line. Ponga to Gagai. Gagai cuts back in field, beats one. Gagai is wrapped up. 2.5 minutes left. Tackle 3. Crossland to Cogger. Cogger shows and goes. That's tackle 4. 20 out from the line. They stay short side. Ponga. Cut out pass. Slipping in the tackle is Tuala. 5th and last. This is it. 2 minutes to go. A set repeat almost certainly wins it for Newcastle. Ponga has it. Puts the step on. Just goes to ground. He's happy to just go to ground and turn it over here. Ponga 5 out from the Melbourne line. Melbourne have to go the length of the field to snatch this game. Warbrick shrugs off one. Is wrapped up in front of the posts. 0 meters gained. Meany out to the 10-meter line and beyond. Tackle 3, a minute and a half left. A long way to go here for Melbourne, upfield. 4th tackle. They're only at their own 40-meter line. They've got to make a play here. Pezzett at the back to Wishart. Wishart tries it on again. 5th and last on halfway. This is it. For Newcastle, it's simple. Catch this high ball. Pappenhausen goes for a 2-point drop goal, and it hooks just off to the left. And that'll be the game. 7 tackles set for Newcastle. Pappenhausen went for the 2-point droppy. Newcastle, that's the game. And it's all because they took the 2. See? That t-shirt right there. It's not just a catchphrase. It's a way of life. Take the 2. And that 2-pointer has saved Newcastle's skin here today. Always take the 2. $20 seconds to go. Melbourne might get one last play. Maybe. No, they won't. That'll be it. Sayafidi takes the tackle. And Newcastle, they celebrate, and so they should, but it was far from convincing. Of course you celebrate a win, but I'd say they'd be far from happy about the way they played. But you always take the 2 points. Newcastle, well, the bookies knew it. The bookies were onto it. And Newcastle have only just justified that decision to have them as the favourites. They hold on, but nothing more, to a very scrappy Melbourne Storm team. Severely depleted Melbourne Storm team, by the way. Very under strength. Missing their starting halves pairing. Oh, wow. 14 points to 12, Newcastle. With the win over Melbourne, I refrain from calling it an upset. Because when you're missing your starting 6 and 7, it's always going to be difficult. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us for this weekend of streams. Very much appreciate your company as always. Let's suss out quickly what we've got coming up. Here on the Wasted Water Sports, we'll be back Thursday night. Roosters versus the Panthers. That should be a cracking game. So that'll be the next one up. Thursday night, Roosters, Panthers. Thank you very much, and I will see you then. Cheers.
World of sports, eh?
Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Tedesco's butt crack.
Ahoy!
He's nearly taken security's head off.
I have no idea what the wasted world of sports is.